Thank you. It's really hard, when you're seeing people that you haven't seen in a few months or that kind of a thing to stop talking and just come and get presents. So thank you so much to everybody for coming out today. I am so excited about our new venue. Isn't this gorgeous? It's just so beautiful. And the staff here is amazing to work with. So I just want to say that they are so accommodating and have just been just so great. So it's been a pleasure to work with them. And as a side note, there's actually another venue here on the premises. It's kind of on the other side over there, and it holds about 160 people, but it's more industrial kind of looking. It has lower ceilings, so more masculine, which is why we're in here. But I wanted to just thank them for, if we can give them a hand for all their work and bringing this about. This is great. Welcome to the March 2026 Empower and Elevate Conference. Yay! So happy that all of you are here. And I wanted to just, before we get started today, I want you to look around the room. Look and see who is here in this audience. We have women that are just starting their journey and as an entrepreneur or business owner. We have ladies that have been here and been down this road for a while and have so much experience that they are able to offer you. And we have, in fact, Susie has a guest that she brought today, and she retired a few years ago. And I said, that doesn't matter. You don't have to, be actively working a business. She has years of experience that she can share with people. So just if you're not in a business, you're still welcome here because you have years of life experience that you can share with us. Or if you're in corporate, that kind of a thing. So just make a note of who's here in the room, and we're gonna do a little exercise in a little bit about where you're at in your business journey, so that way we can look around us, see who might need our help, and who we might be able to get help from. Okay, Heather and Christina, Comcast Business, can you please stand? Thank you, ladies. Comcast Business provided our swag bags for this event, and I just want to give them, thank you so much. I want to give them a huge shout out. Marie Neg here? I don't see you. Okay, she's not here yet, but she did all of this. And around the Step and Repeat banner as well, her team is just fantastic. Highly, highly recommend working with them. She's so talented. She was asking me what I wanted her to do, and I said, just do what you do. You're the pro, not me. So, and they really came through for us. So I just wanted to acknowledge her, and somebody please remind me once she gets here for us to acknowledge her again. Okay, we are going to get started really quick with just a couple. I want to thank Bar Reeves. She is our event photographer and videographer for the day, so can we give her a hand? I want to thank Jen Byron. Where are you, my friend? Oh, there she is. She has helped me orchestrate this whole thing and helped keep me sane, and she's created just so many fun surprises that she's going to share with you later on, so I won't spill the beans. But she's just really amazing, and I'm so grateful to have her, to have Cheryl James back there in the back. She also has been so helpful with getting me set up in the back end, and I know that there were some issues with people not getting the reminder emails and things like that. So we will get that worked out. And anyway, but I'm just so glad that you're here. It's going to be a fun day. How many of you, this is your first time being at an Empower and Elevate conference? Wow, yay! Wonderful. And how many of you, well, I guess obviously the rest of you have been here before, but I'm so grateful that you're here. We are going to have Deborah Murrow. Deborah Murrow? Okay, can you kind of come up here for just a second? She has put together an amazing coloring book based on all of the conferences leading up to today. So you know how she's done the canvases and things like that. So she's going to tell us a little bit about that and how you can get a hold of the coloring book because it's pretty fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you. You want to hold that? Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Deborah Lee Murrow from the Color Me Art Spa. I'm so happy to be here. So please make your way over to the canvas, which is going to be on the back, and make your mark. This gets raffled off. All the tickets get back into the bucket, and this gets raffled off to one person. So the other canvases that have gotten raffled off are back there. You can see them. So I'm very thankful. And thank you to Jen Byron for kind of pushing me. She said, it would be so nice to have a coloring book. And of course, I have a couple, but you need that kick in the pants. And that's what we do here for each other. It's accountability and ideas. So here's the coloring book, and there's a QR code here. So $5 of this coloring book goes back to the House of Refuge. So have on, and it's all the content, or most of the content, as much as I could do. I graphic record everybody's speech, so you might be in this book. I know Felicia is. I know Andy is. So, and then the other thing I have is you will have a postcard in your goodie bag. Does anybody remember what this postcard might say? Right, okay. So that's the phrase today, okay, ladies? So I'm an artist and I'm creative, right? Because we are made by the most creative person in this whole wide world. And Picasso said, we're born artists. The challenge is to remain an artist, right? So on three times, all together. 1, 2, 3. I'm an artist and I'm creative. I'm an artist and I'm creative. I'm an artist and I'm creative. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. We, again, are partnering with the House of Refuge as our nonprofit partner for this event. And they have a table back there where you can purchase tickets, raffle tickets, to then put into the raffle drawings that we're going to have at the end of the day. Moda Love Jewelry Elizabeth, everybody give her a hand. She has a wonderful, beautiful jewelry that she and her daughter create together. And she is going to donate a portion of the proceeds to the House of Refuge from the sales today. Can I have Cam Reeves stand? Okay, she's not quite ready yet. Oh, wait, now she is. Okay, come on up here, Cam. This is Cameron Reeves, so Mar and Chris's daughter. She is 14 years old and is our youngest business owner here today. So she started a cake pop business, and then she also does other things, but she sells them at school, and the kids buy them. It's fantastic. She's also brought some today for us to purchase, and 10% of the proceeds from any of the sales is also going to go to House of Refuge. And if you brought donations for the House of Refuge household items drive, the boxes are in the corner by the door. Thank you, Cam. Debbie, do you want to come up? We're going to highlight the House of Refuge. Last time we didn't get the film that was created introducing the House of Refuge and their mission, which is just so fantastic. Yeah, we're going to show the video. But I wanted to introduce Debbie Kellerman. She is representing House of Refuge today. They have their big gala next week, and we're going to go ahead and show the video.
I just want to say thank you so very much. You guys are a big supporter of House of Refuge and what we do, and we couldn't do it without the support of the community. Matt is a former resident and a board member. He just actually had to leave the board because his business has been so successful, which is wonderful to hear for all of our residents. We also have residents who come back with their organizations and volunteer, and they are so proud of where they've come, and they want to show their friends and coworkers what they've done. But the House of Refuge, one of the things that's really wonderful about our organization is we provide all of that wraparound services for them. They come with nothing. Some have been living in their cars. So in order to help them, we understand how they became homeless and how we're going to help them move into stable housing in a year. So we are just so thankful, and I'm back there, and I'm happy to share more stories, and we are just so grateful for the impact that everybody makes and wrapping their arms around those residents because they feel it, and every little bit helps from time, treasure, and talent. So we just want to say thank you so very much.
Thank you. So back in the back, we have our Step and Repeat banner where you can bring your business bestie and take pictures. You can also, Mara Reeves is doing headshot refreshes. So if you can sign up with her, I think she has oh, there we go. So this is other ways to give, but I didn't realize I was gonna have to multitask. Moda Love, oh, you got it, thanks. Moda Love, we already spoke about. They have wonderful jewelry, and it's just, I'm so grateful that they could come and participate again with us. Cam, we already brought up. She does have, like I said, cake pops to sell, and I'm just so proud of her because 14 years old, I was not thinking about business at 14 years old. I mean, I babysat, but other than that. But she formed an LLC. She's got a business bank account, which ironically, she cannot have a debit card with. I guess you have to be 18. I did not know that. But anyway, she is killing it, and I love the example that Chris and Marianne set for her, and in their own businesses and what they're doing, building both of their businesses as well. All right. Headshots, we just went over that. There is a QR code back on Mars' table as well for you to be able to schedule your time. And she's holding up a little picture in the back if you want to look. Thank you, Vanna. That's great. Okay, so we are going to, first we need to thank our sponsors. So if you have a sponsor table, I would like for you to come and line up over here near Jen, and we're going to let you have 1 minute to introduce yourself and your business and talk about why people should come to your table and visit with you. You're right. You're good. Yeah. Everybody that has a vendor table or a sponsor table. Also, we're going to bring our lunch sponsors up at lunchtime, right before lunchtime. So go ahead and come on up. We're going to have you come up here, and we're just going to do a line. There you go. Oh, yes. All righty. Is that everybody? Oh, we need Mara up here. We've got Heather. Oh, there. Heather's back there. Come on over here, girl. I also want to thank our volunteers, Andrea Merrill, Patsy Mulville, and Peggy Christensen for helping us check in. Thank you. For helping everybody check in and just helping this day to run smoothly. You guys, I could not do this all by myself. I've had so much help, and I'm just so grateful to everybody who has stepped up and volunteered or stepped up and said, let me take care of this. It really does take a village to make something like this turn out the way that we want it to turn out for you. Okay, so you're going to take 1 minute, introduce yourself. Also, each of the sponsor tables have raffle tickets at their tables. You can get those raffle tickets by going up and engaging with them. and having a conversation, and then you're able to use those raffle tickets to then put into the raffle drawings that are over on the side there that we'll do at the end of the day. And you do have to be present to win. So just a FYI there. Kelly.
Always unnerving to be the first one on stage. So I'm Kelly Leitner. I'm known as the Inner Alignment Specialist. Now, how many of you guys set New Year's resolutions and you've already let them go and blamed it on willpower? Right? So I do hypnotherapy, Reiki, and EFT to help get into your subconscious because your willpower is only 12%. The subconscious runs 88%. So you work on the 12, I work on the 88. We have 100% working on that problem. At my table, I am giving away drawing for 3 free sessions. And if you're curious if what you're concerned with, hypnotherapy will work on, I do have a 15-minute free consult call as well. There's a QR code for that. And thank you, Andy Hess, for pointing me in this direction to start with.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Alex Kopel, and I am the Chief Growth Officer for Serpico AI. How many of you need more time and money? Yeah, we're going to help you do that. So we help you with AI training to get more time, more money back. We have 3 different products that we offer. We have an in-person facility at Gateway Community College where we offer classes. It's set up like a gym membership. You pay a monthly fee. We have classes at 8 a.m., 11, and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then we also have workshops on the weekends. The second product we sell is one-on-one AI training. And that is time you spend with an AI expert on a problem you want to solve in your business, and you walk away with all the IP and a solution for what you need. So we have Nicolina on site today, and Kathleen. So if you want to connect with them, they'd love to do one-on-one training. We have a QR code if you want to sign up for a free class at the Learning Center. And then we also do corporate training and custom programs. So we're really excited to be here and looking forward to helping you all save money and time. Thank you.
I'm always the one that might trip on that stair. Hi, everybody. Hello, Sunshine. I'm Veronica Bond, the Executive Managing Director for our award-winning chapter of eWomen Network, and our booth is over there. I've been the Managing Director for 4 years. Who's here from eWomen Network? Look at that. Amazing. Our mission with Sandra Yancey, the founder, is to help 1 million women achieve $1 million in gross annual revenue. And the women that you'll find in that room are heart-centered, conscious creators doing 1 million different things, but focusing on business, building relationships, and being an incredible resource and referral for you when you step into that room. You have international access to thousands, hundreds of thousands of women from around the room and chapters as a member. You'll see a little glass purse over there, and if you drop your business card, we are pulling a drawing for next month's complimentary luncheon to attend. Also, our eWomen Network Success Summit with Sandra, where she's picked 20 cities, she's coming to Phoenix again, is Tuesday. And guess what? We only have, Andy, 5 tickets left, and we're taking a waiting list. So if you know you want to be in that room on Tuesday, Andy Hess, raise your hand. She'll be running the booth for us over there, along with, where's LaKentia? Right there. Great. We would love to see you be part of this community, and we are a sisterhood with other networks here. Heather with Women 360, Andy Hess with the Holistic Chamber, eWomen Network, and Elevate and Empower. It's what we do when we come together to help each other grow. Thanks so much. We'll see you next week, maybe.
Good morning. How many business owners actually lay awake at night when they realize they have failed to follow up on all the beautiful women that they met at a conference? I want to see hands. I'm Cheryl James. I am a systems expert, and I help you fix your follow-up. That is what I do. I implement systems that allow you to automate that process, automate everything in your life so that your business works for you. and you don't work for your business. That is what I do. I work with all CRMs, and I help give you peace of mind so you can focus on your zone of genius, which is making profits. I am in the back at the booth, and I am giving away a self-care basket. Because if you implement the process I have, you can take a bath, you can drink the wine, you can relax in the beautiful purple robe that I'm giving away. So please come visit me, and I will help you to indulge in yourself. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bronwyn Davis. There were days that I could not lift my head off the pillow. Me, a high-performance coach with over 4,000 sessions under her belt. Talk therapy didn't bring me back. Rest didn't bring me back. Therapeutic ketamine brought me back. And as I was coming through the eye of the needle, my soul was telling me that I was playing too small and too safe, and I vowed never again. There are people in the ketamine clinics who are having expanding experiences of new insights, yet there is no one there to help them integrate what they are learning. So that day not only changed my life, it created a mission. And I founded the Conscious Ketamine Coaching Academy to train coaches, medical professionals, and health practitioners to be that person in the room and beyond. And who do we serve? Well, those people were never broken. The ketamine does not create the hero. The ketamine helps you remember the hero within that's always been there. That is the call, that is the work, and that is the academy. And if that talks to you at all, I would love to talk with you today. I have a booth in the back, the Conscious Ketamine Coaching Academy exhibit table back there. And I want to give you a free gift. This is a mushroom kaleidoscope. Because as Wayne Dyer says, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my friends. I'm Heather Ferrari, and I am with the Women 360. We are a business networking and development organization. Our specialty are twofold. One is sisterhood. You're going to walk into a room of women who truly want to know you. You will feel seen, heard, valued. And then the second pillar is business development. If we want to walk with our sisters, truly, we want to see their dreams succeed. We want to see them hit their goals. We want to see them soar. So we have a very strategically developed business curriculum called Make Your Own Music. We love this day. Thank you so much, Catherine. And the thing that we love most about this is that we can look around and see people who are for us. People who want to know us, and people who we want to know. So I always do this. I always ask the Women 360 members to go ahead and stand up right now, please. Because I want you to look around, yes. I want you to look around and know that these women are here for you all year long. Every month, every day, the Women is here. The Women 360 is here to walk with you and work with you. Thank you so much.
Hi, sorry, I have a little cheat sheet. It's been a very long week with spring break. So, my name is Elizabeth Hokora, and I'm the founder and designer of Modalove Jewelry. Some of you already know me and supported my business, and I very much appreciate that. As Catherine said, I'm popping up again with a Shop for a Cause event that is supporting House of Refuge. 20% of my sales is going to be going back to them, so please come over and check out my booth. You'll look good while doing good. For those of you who are not familiar with Modalove Jewelry, sorry, I have my cheat sheet here. Our brand is rooted in the idea that true beauty radiates from acts of compassion and generosity. I started Modalove Jewelry as a way to connect with my teen daughter, who has ADHD and is also on the spectrum, but also a way to foster her creativity and teach her life skills for a successful future. When I started Modalove Jewelry, my vision was to have a brand where style meets compassion, where each piece of jewelry not only enhances both the wearer's confidence and beauty, but also uplifts the community around us. I believe in the power of giving back and striving to make a meaningful difference in the lives of our customers and those in need. If anyone has a charity that they work with or supports and would like to do a Shop for a Cause fundraiser, please come over and see me. And I appreciate your time. Thank you. Oh.
Good morning. I am Jen B, and I have been going through a personal evolution the last year and a half. So my business needs to start evolving with me. So I am no longer going to be Gen B Marketing. Gen B is still involved, but I am evolving into You Thrive. It's thoughtful strategy, thriving results. We're going to focus on your business and find all the gaps from business to marketing to sales to make sure that you have the right revenue and results coming in. So I'm so excited to launch this today. You all the first to hear about it. You could come see me in the back. And I appreciate the support and partnering and be involved in the Empower and Elevate conference. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ladies, for being here. This is Cameron Reeves. She has her cake pop business. Why did you get it started?
Because I like being like an entrepreneur like you.
Aww. What's so tasty about your cake pops?
The moistness.
What are they made of? What flavors?
Chocolate and vanilla.
And what kind of sprinkles do they have?
Easter.
Okay. And what grade are you in?
A ninth grader.
Ninth grader. Okay. Great job, Cameron. You're doing so good. Give her a hand, people. Great job. All right. And as you know, her booth is back there next to mine. I am Mara Reeves with Grow More Media. I will be taking pictures, so if you come with your business bestie towards the back, you can take a picture and take a strip. So the strip with the picture so you can remember this moment forever. Pictures tell a story. In your story, in your business, is worth telling. Also, your personal life has a story, and it's very important that you share that with everyone. I recently went to Page with 8 amazing women, and they put on these gowns, and they were beautiful. They were confident, radiant, luxurious. It was an amazing trip. If you want to see these pictures, they are back there. These women are full of confidence, and if you want to be part of that, April 8th, there is a day we're going to be with
horses, flowing dresses, and it's going to be amazing. So thank you so much, ladies.
That's Sybil.
And let me tell you, ladies, Sybil is an amazing woman, and she is 60 years old, and she looks amazing. So she is my model back there. And one more thing, one more request. If you guys can clap and look super excited, because this is the best angle that I can get from everyone, I can take a picture. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Catherine.
All righty, we are going to kick today off with networking roundtables. So what that is, if you haven't been here before, we're going to put some questions. Oh, questions are up on the screen. We are going to have a chance for everybody at the tables to share your name, the name of your business, how long you've been in business, and what types of connections you're looking for. We're going to have 3 of these roundtables today, so just know that you will be changing seats so that you can mix and mingle and get to know at least, 9 times 27 women today. So that is one of the things that makes this day so special, is not only hearing the speakers, but also being able to connect with and be able to form those relationships, because everybody knows that business starts with relationships. It is not transactional. It is not, here's my business card. With Networked Live, this conference falls under, that is something that we have tried to embrace and have our members embrace as well, because I remember the first time I went to a networking event, and this was up in Seattle, and it was all about, what do you do? Here's my business card. And seriously, this is not a joke. Somebody came up to me, at the time I was a cybersecurity recruiter, and he asked me what I did, and I said, oh, I'm a cybersecurity recruiter. Literally, the man stopped, didn't talk anymore, turned around and walked away. And I was like, if this is networking, this sucks, and I do not like it. So we have really, really tried to instill that in our groups and the mixers that we hold. We hold twice monthly mixers that you can come to, because we want to bring business professionals together because we get each other. And so that's the whole purpose of Networked Live. You'll hear about that a little bit later on. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the networking roundtables. These are, where's Jen? Oh, there. Are these 20 minutes? I can't remember. 30 minutes. Okay, so you have 30 minutes. We will keep a timer and go ahead and start networking. Thank you, ladies. Ladies, can you wrap up your conversations, please, and take a seat? We are going to have our first speaker come to the stage shortly. All right, ladies. Thank you so much. How was your roundtable discussion? Was it good? I noticed it wasn't as loud in here as it was at our old venue, thankful to the high ceilings, but I could actually hear everybody at my table. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our first speaker. If you could please, thank you. Okay, we are going to, I wanted to give I already did that, okay. Okay, so our first speaker has built her path by blending resilience, cultural depth, and bold belief in possibility, and now helps other women do the same. Her journey spans leading teams on a multi-billion-dollar oil project, building brands in technology. Shh, ladies. Ultimately creating a more meaningful definition of success. Through life's transitions and personal reinvention, she developed a framework for designing life across 6 key areas. So success isn't isolated, but fully integrated. Rather than choosing between career and relationships or well-being, she teaches women how to align them with each areas of strength around each other. As the founder of the Women of the World Network, she's brought together entrepreneurs from over 22 countries to share their stories and collaborate and co-author international best-selling books. Her work combines professional training with lived experiences, guiding women to build lives where nothing meaningful has to be sacrificed for success. Let's welcome Elle Ballard.
Thank you so much. I feel that I have been organizing, managing, planning all my life. Ever since I was born, my mom actually told me how I flew into this world. She hardly had the time to actually lay down in the bed because I just wanted to come and see the world. And then the school started, and then the music school, and then sports activities and dance classes. And then I became a single mother who continued to educate myself and grow and work. But I found myself tired and overwhelmed and stressed and unfulfilled. How many of you feel like life has become a series of adjustments? Thank you. I have realized that I feel most alive when I don't manage my calendars, but when I connect to my body instead. Later today, a little bit later, I'll share the Queen method with you. But before we go there, I'm going to come back to my story. I grew up in USSR, where we didn't really use the words authenticity, fulfillment. The word успех, which means success, was expected, but it was left for us to define what that means for me and for everybody around me. So I kept working and doing things, but I was asking myself, who am I behind all of these successes, all of this that I created for myself, behind all these shoulds? And then I went back to something that I used to do as a little girl, dance. I started dancing again. What I want to do now, actually, let's take a little break, just a short one. If you want to stand up, and we'll do a little bit of a movement without the music, just for you, just for yourself. Do what feels okay for you, okay? We can roll back the shoulders. We can take a couple of steps. You can do it in place, or we can move to the side, to the right side, to the left side. We can turn our body and do whatever feels okay for you. We can shake our arms. Thank you. You can sit down now. Even this little movement Did something shift? Did you feel the shift in energy in your cells, in your body? Something became alive. Because most of our lives, we are here, we operate in our head, but not in the body. And we have this disconnect between here and the body. But we do things in life through the body. We take action with the body. We build businesses that requires our energy, where we use the body. In my work, I use what I call choreographed success, and I help busy women return to joy, return to the body, and return to the presence. And I do that through 3 steps. We clear the space first, we hear the music second, and we own the spotlight third. In the first one, we remove everything that's not serving us anymore. Old definitions of success, old habits that no longer serving us. In hearing the music, we start moving with the body. We start hearing the music with the body. We tap into the wisdom of the body so that we can go within to create without. And we work on 6 life areas. On your tables, there are Queen methods, 5 keys to Queen methods. And there is a short message for you. Yeah, go ahead and take 1 card. Just treat it as a message from the universe for you. Don't try to overthink it. Just take it in. And on the bottom of that page, there is a QR code where you can go and see those 5 tips. Very short, 1 minute each. 5 tips to vitality that I'm happy to share with you today. And on that very bottom as well, there is a link on how to schedule a time for a brief conversation so that we can talk privately one-on-one on how I can help you to identify in which area you would like to add more energy. And if that resonates with you, I'm happy to be able to do that. No obligation at all, but I promise you, you will leave with more clarity. As women, we do so much. And we're amazing at doing that. But unless we are fully aligned with our unique energy, with how we do things in life, how exactly what we want to do, everything that matches our wants, not our shoulds, that's the key to be able to create a life where all areas are aligned. And we do that through dance, through the body. We can do that through the dance, through the body. You don't have to be a dancer, by the way. You can use your own activity, your own sport that is available for you, sport that you enjoy doing. But that's the key in today's world. And why this message is important? 3 reasons. 1, because the world is accelerating. There is AI growing every single day, global transitions, industries changing, everything is changing in front of our eyes and very quickly, and we are receiving a lot of messages, a lot of information every single day. 2, because success in one life area, success in business does not automatically mean there will be success in relationships or success in life or other areas. And 3, because we were never taught how to tap into the wisdom of the body, into our truth. And our body has that truth. And I want to finish with this today, that life will continue moving anyway. But instead of reacting to the flow, to the rhythm of your life, let's choreograph it together. So that's fully aligned, so that you can continue building beautiful businesses, feeding your ambitions, but from excess, with full energy and vitality, not from the lack. Thank you.
That was very beautiful. And I'm one of those people that definitely spends more time in my head than in my body. And I just wanted to read what is on that sheet that she gave to all of us. Joy is not something you earn after success. How many of us grew up thinking, oh, I'll be so happy when? It's not, we'll be happy when, we need to be happy now. We need to be happy as we're growing our relationships and building our businesses and being spouses or moms or whatever our other roles are. We deserve joy right now. And I think that's beautiful, and it's a great reminder. I'm going to put this up on my my mirror just to remind me, because sometimes I forget that I need to get out of my head and into my body. So thank you so much, Elle. Alrighty, I would like you to please stand if you have been in business for either 0 to 2 years. So 2 years or less, please stand so we can recognize you. Wow, that is awesome. Thank you so much. So ladies, as I'm asking you to stand, if you're further down the road, I don't want to say hook up. I meant to say connect. There we go. Connect. Build relationships with those that are just starting out. Because if all of you remember back to the beginning, we needed somebody to grab our hand and walk with us. We needed somebody to tell us, you are not crazy. This may be an ugly day, but you're going to show up tomorrow and it's going to be better. So, okay, if you have been in business between 2 and 5 years, please stand up so we can recognize you. That's so fantastic. If you have been in business 5 to 10 years, stand up so we can recognize you. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's great. That is amazing. And then if you've been in business 10 or more years, please stand up so we can recognize you. Wow, that's so awesome. That is amazing. Do you know how many businesses fail within the first 2, 3, 5 years? This is a room full of women who know what they're doing. We may not have it all together, but we know what we're doing, and we can turn to each other and ask, hey, how are you handling this challenge? Because this is what I'm going through. And that's the discussions that we want to have today with each other so that we can help each other out and build those relationships. Okay, so our next speaker, if you lead a sales team, more activity is not the answer, clarity is. Gina R. Smith helps sales leaders and professionals move beyond pressure and hustle to drive consistent, sustainable revenue through focused strategy. I like sustainable revenue. That's a good thing. Focused strategy, disciplined execution, and better conversations. With over 27 years in sales from leadership, including managing $150 million annual revenue and leading large teams in complex markets, she knows what truly works. Her experience includes high-stakes leaderships in the U.S. Air Force. Thank you very much. Where accountability, precision, and results are non-negotiable. Today, she equips leaders to simplify, align, and perform at a higher level without burning out their people. Can I say amen to that? Please welcome Gina Smith.
I'm going to do this without tripping. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. How many of you, when you think of sales, get the cringe? Just raise your hands. Be honest, because I talk to women who say, when I think of selling, you've had this beautiful vision for a business, a service, an experience, and then you hit the wall because you realize you have to create revenue, and it only gets created through making a sale. My thing's not over there. We can keep talking. You think it's cringy, you feel dirty when you have to sell, and when you have to sit across from that person you'd like to talk to your service about, you feel salesy as though that's something bad. Well, let me tell you a secret. I used to feel the same way. I was an HR professional before I went into sales, and I remember being on an executive team, and there was a guy named Earl Rosrand, and I called him Rosrat because I thought he was a rat that was cheating the customers. And then I found myself taking a sales role, and I always pictured that a salesperson is a man, a white man, that guy with a cigar out of his mouth, pushy, arrogant, talkative. And I was none of that. Not at all. I am an introvert. I'm a deep introvert. I'm quiet. I'm analytical. See, that old story? It's a story we have to stop telling ourselves because that's the story that makes us feel creepy. That aggressive person who's been to the car lot and had that man who does not know how to talk to you. I went to buy a car once, and I was married at the time, and the guy's talking to my husband. And he said, wait a minute, she's buying the car. Let's kill that old story and that model, because here's what I learned. The real truth is that good salespeople listen. Good salespeople build relationships. Good salespeople solve problems and help people to close the gap between what they want and getting it. So if you just adopt that, you realize that sales is not creepy. You don't have to be aggressive or arrogant. You have to be a resource. I'm going to talk about 3 things that are important to you being successful in sales. They already gave you my bio. Here's why you should trust me. I do have experience. I've carried a heavy load. That's a picture of me a couple of years ago before I left corporate, accepting an award at my company's national sales meeting. I went from being the most unlikely salesperson to being an award-winning person, to being a leader with a very big responsibility. So if you've got a business, how do you take yourself from being unlikely, selling what you've dreamed of to people, and being a leader, because that's what you are when you sell. There's 3 parts to my sales formula. It is helping people change their mindset. It is helping move away from that form in your mind that somehow I'm being creepy asking somebody for money. As women, we've been taught downplay yourself, don't talk about money, don't ask for money. Are you sure you could ask for that much because maybe you don't have everything at perfection? No. We can change that mindset to be powerful. Skill sets in the middle. For those of you who feel afraid of sales, who feel reluctant, who feel creepy, who was born to learn to drive? Was anybody born knowing how to drive? No. So no one's born knowing how to sales. The myth of the born salesperson, it's a myth. It's a skill set. I'm looking at this room of accomplished, intelligent women. It's a skill set that if you don't have today, you can learn. Just like you learn to drive a car. And then third is data. We don't give data enough importance sometimes when we step off into this entrepreneurial world. How are you keeping up with your P&L? How are you using data to make decisions? How are you using data to just check yourself? Because a lot of times we want to check the gut, but that doesn't tell the story. Numbers don't lie. They will tell you the story. So let's look at changing the mindset, because that's the foundation. You know everything starts here, and your every thought, consciously or subconsciously, happens in your mind. So I want you to think of one thing. Sales is a people business. Say that. Sales is a people business. Yes. So the people are always the most important thing. Even with all the technology, with AI, I love AI. I use AI every day. AI cannot read a room. AI cannot have a difficult discussion with somebody. AI can't find out the politics behind a decision. AI can't have a difficult conversation that says, here's something, a truth you need to know. So it's a people business. And when you embrace this mindset, you can look at sales as service. You are serving someone. I believe Elle mentioned it. You're serving someone because you have a gift. Whether that's your product, your process, something you do to serve in a service way, you are serving in sales. You're leading in sales. You might not think of yourself as a leader, but you are leading. You're leading people in making good decisions. You're leading people in thinking through where they are now, where they'd like to be, and helping them understand that you might have a solution to help them. Again, sales is a skill set. You can learn it if you don't know it now, just like you learned anything else in your life. Learning to ask good questions is one of the most important things you can do. We think, when we're new especially, we're eager. I want to take my thing to you and I want you to buy it today. That usually doesn't work. But what works is asking good questions, asking more questions, and more questions, and more questions, and then listening. Salespeople in the movies and TV, they're portrayed as people that are like blah, 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 blah. They talk all the time. They're not making money. Successful people who sell listen. I was given this a couple of years ago by a powerful coach that I had some contact with, and he said, the listener has power. The quiet person sitting at the table holds power. We think the person talking has power. It's the listener that has power. If you learn to ask really good questions, sit back and listen, what you'll find out is the issue below the surface. Because that's where people really need help. If you go too fast and you talk and don't listen, what you get is what's on the surface. Listening, asking questions, being in a relationship with a person is part of the formula for success. And then thirdly, the missing piece is data. We need data. It's not sexy. Social media is sexy and fun. Data is boring, but data is true. No, I'm serious. Unless there's some accounting people in here, nobody really loves numbers. We like the fun. I like the fun stuff. I like taking pictures. I like talking like this. I don't want to look at a spreadsheet, but it's going to tell me the truth about my business. It's going to tell me the truth about my activity. It's going to tell me the truth about my results. And that data gives me a chance to make decisions. If you're one of the people in here with a more developed company, you've got employees, or you're hiring people, you can use some data-based tools to make that better. When you sell smart, when you use the change of mindset, skill set, and data, you get to make better decisions. If you're hiring people, I was working with a client, and she and her partner were getting a loan, a bank loan, because they thought they needed a salesperson. And then we started talking about, well, what is this person going to do? What do you need them for? How much are you planning to pay them? What qualities do they need to have for the kind of selling you want them to do? And after that discussion, they went back and talked about it, and they really needed somebody completely different. So how do you use data to make decisions? If you've got a team that's not performing, how do you use data and analysis to understand what's really going on? Is it the people? Is it the process? Is it a system that's failing? Because people throw spaghetti at the wall. That's fun. A lot of salespeople work on gut instinct. I can tell you, I made my mistakes in my corporate career. I made my hiring mistakes, even though we use behavioral evidence and all this kind of stuff. We'd get to all those interviews and go, I like that woman. Let's hire her. Data gives you an opportunity for better coaching because you know where to go with a person. People selling, each of us probably has a business coach or a coach of some kind because we need someone to look at what we can't see to help to guide us. And then it helps you have predictable revenue. What produces predictable revenue for your business? Is it making so many calls a week? Is it an email system? What is it for you? Because it could be different things for different types of businesses. And understanding that, oh, I was supposed to make 40 calls this week, I made 2. Okay, that's data that I'm not using the system that's been set up for me, so then I can make adjustments about what I'm doing. So I want to do a 60-second reality check with you guys. Just take, if you have a bigger business, I want you to answer these 3 questions. What's a deal you lost that still haunts you today? Number 2, what's your team's, if you've got a team, biggest blind spot? And number 3, is your revenue truly predictable? If you don't have a big business, I want you to answer these 3 questions. Where do your clients come from? What's your biggest sales challenge? And then what's the thing you need to fix the most? So, I don't have my phone with me. Can you give me a minute, Tish? We're going to take a minute, discuss that, write your answers down to those questions, and then when that minute's up, I want you to discuss it with someone at your table. Again, if you have a solo business, where do your clients come from? What's your biggest challenge? And what's the thing you need to do next? Yes. Yes. Where do most of your clients come from? What's your biggest challenge with sales? What do you need to do next? You're welcome. Five seconds. So has everybody gotten a chance to answer those 3 questions? Hello? Yes. Okay, here's what I want you to do now. We're going to take another minute. I want you to turn to the person on your left and tell them one thing that stood out for you. Can you see that form? Can you? Five seconds, ladies. All right, let's bring that to a close. Hello. I love the noise and excitement in the room because I can tell that you were all talking. That was wonderful. So listen, if you're a person who this resonated with, if you know someone that has a business and they're struggling and they're like, oh, I just wish someone else would sell for me, I'd like to invite you to two things. I have over at my table there, come see me, and I have a sales scorecard for you to fill out. It'll take you about 3 minutes. You can see some of your gaps. Thank you. You can see where some of your gaps are, and we can talk, and maybe I can help you. Ooh. I got too close to something. And then I'd like to invite you to a workshop this coming Friday, the 27th. It's an hour-and-a-half workshop. It's going to be on Zoom. And we're going to help you shift your mindset, build your skill set, and create a roadmap for yourself that will get you on the road to success. So you can look at that QR code, scan that QR code to sign up. It's on Eventbrite. It's $197. Great value to help you start your next quarter off strong. And then I want to thank you because I want you to love selling like I learned to love it. And I want you to have joy in that part of your business if it's paying right now. So remember, mindset, skill set, and data is your formula for success. Thank you all. You can stay in contact with me there.
Thank you so much, Gina. That was amazing. And I love the way that you likened learning to be an effective salesperson with learning to drive. Because you're right, none of us were born knowing how to drive. It was something that we had to learn. We had to take the time. And a lot of time, that's exactly the same thing with sales. So thank you for sharing your wisdom with us and your experience. You're just so fantastic. So we are actually going to take a 15-minute break. I failed to mention this at the beginning. There are restrooms here, there are restrooms behind the stairs over there, and there's also some upstairs in case there's a lineup, just so that you're aware of that. And so we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please feel free to visit the sponsor tables, get your tickets for the raffles at the end of the day, stop by Deborah's canvas to color it in, and it is always amazing to me that we can randomly go up and just color a little section, and at the end of the day, it's a masterpiece. So take 15 minutes, we're gonna have a break, and grab yourself some water and visit our sponsor tables. Thank you. Ladies, can we wrap up our conversations and come back and sit down so we can stay on our schedule and honor your time? Thank you, Tish. Tish is listening, yes. That's true. Pardon? All right, ladies, I need you to please take your seats so that we can bring up our first panel. We have gotten such good feedback about our panel discussions, and this is going to be an amazing, we have two wonderful panel discussions for you. Ladies, please take a seat. Can we have our panel that is on scaling without burnout come up, please? So Carrie Kinsey, Jackie Wheeler, Lindsay Hanna, Susie Glover, Ann Kenny, and Brooke Deanne. Please come to the stage. Huh? I didn't see her either. We need our first panel to come to the stage, please. Ladies, can you take a seat? Thank you. Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you, ladies. Go ahead. Yeah. Perfect. I think we're missing one, so there we go. We have an extra chair. And I don't think. Yeah. So. All right, ladies. Let's get started. Please come and have a seat. Sybil, Kim, Marianne, Deanna, please have a seat. Thank you, ladies. I am so excited to present this panel. Carrie Kinsey is our wonderful panel moderator for this. We're going to talk about scaling without burnout. Because a lot of times we're just doing, and then we're burnt out and we're like, how am I ever going to grow beyond what I'm going through? So thank you so much for being quiet, paying attention, and I'll pass this on to Carrie.
Goodness, I get a gold microphone, which is exciting. Hello, everybody. So excited. I talk really loud, so I got to hold this out here. So excited to be here and to be leading this panel discussion on scaling. It is a passion. Business, building business is really a passion of mine. So I'm wanting to bring this forward as a conversation, as though we're all just kind of sitting around a kitchen table, getting to know one another and learning a little something in the process. So to get started, ladies, I am going to ask you if you could briefly introduce yourselves and tell us why you do what you do.
I'm Jackie Wheeler. I own Jackie's Style Image and Branding Agency, and I do what I do because I love when all of you walk into rooms like this, confident and passionate and authentic in your style, image, and brand.
Good morning. I'm Susie Glover with Susie Glover State Farm, and I do what I do because I have a love for women and women business owners. My office is empowering other women. I have mamas, single mamas in my office, but our jam is protecting other women business owners. We love insurance and we love telling people about insurance. And so, again, that's what drives us every day.
Hello, everyone. I am Brooke Deanne, and I don't know about these microphones. I'm a little sorry about that, guys. Separate them? Okay, well, come over here. So I help women heal from narcissistic abuse and religious trauma. So I help them really find their identity after such things and help them come back to their own wholeness and self-trust.
I am Lindsay Hanna, owner of North Star HR. So I'm a business consultant that specializes in all things people. And I do what I do because my purpose in life is to change the world by changing the way we have a relationship with work. So that we wake up in the morning and whatever our definition of work is, we're excited about it. Instead of going, oh, God bless America, I gotta go to work today. Right? Nobody wants to do that. And there is definitely a way we can change it. And a lot of the things we're gonna talk about today absolutely impact that purpose.
Okay. All right, let's see if that helps just a little bit. Again, I'm Carrie Kinsey. I am the founder of Kinza, and I do what I do because I love building business. I love seeing women business owners win, find the freedom that they built their businesses for. And when it comes to doing something different, transferring out of their business, building something new, I want them to do it very well funded. So we focus on leadership, operational development, and the financial backbone in businesses, and scaling is one of those things that, again, we're really passionate about. So, ladies, let me ask you this question. When you think about scaling, what does that look like? What does that mean for your particular businesses?
So when I think of scaling, and that's why I actually agreed to come on this panel, I think it's hard. It's a lot of work. But then I look back and I realize as a business owner and a business owner that had to start out with team, I'd already been scaling. And dealing with public, with business owners, with people's communities, it also means marketing and branching out into new communities. Really extending yourself. But what I truly think about it is it's all one step at a time.
So for me, this actually happened last year where I realized the platform that I was on, I had already outgrown it. I had gotten too big for it. I was exhausted. I had an assistant, but I still was doing all the work. And so I needed something bigger. And so that's when I completely rebranded, found the platform that worked for me, and now everything is in one space. And I think it's all about systems, creating the systems that are going to help you scale and grow, because that's ultimately what I want to do. I want to reach more people with my message, with my gifts, and that's the only way we can do that is by creating the systems that are going to help us, because we can't do it all on our own.
Yeah, I love that because that's totally true. But I also think it's important to know that for some people, it's a money definition. For some people, it's an impact definition. And your definition doesn't have to be the same as the person who's sitting next to you, right? It's business is, we share our business with everybody, but that definition of success is truly personal. And it doesn't have to be, nor really probably should it be, the same definition for everybody. And so being truly authentic to who you are, what are your goals, what works in your life, what helps you get to your definition of success, that's what you should be focusing on. We cheer for the woman next to us. We cheer for the dude on the other side of us, but our definition can and probably should look different than theirs.
I love that so much. And I agree completely. I think when we think about scaling, there's a lot of fear behind it. There's excitement and then there's fear. And when we make that decision to move our businesses forward, to move our businesses up, we have to make a lot of decisions in that are our own personal. So when we create our decisions and our goals based upon what another person's definition is, we're not going to make it and our scale will fail. So my definition is moving forward to the next step. And I've been thinking about, as being on a woman scaling up the side of a mountain, right? And there's certain points that are significant to get to in order to make it to the next point. And so as I'm climbing up my little mountain and figuring out where I'm at, my goals matter. And it doesn't matter that you may be ahead of me or someone else may be below me. It's how I'm getting there.
You know what I love about what everybody said is that there truly is no definition of scaling. And for a long time, I thought that scaling meant once you get to a certain point in your business, then you begin to scale. Well, my question for you is, as women sitting in this room in your businesses, who here wants to create more impact? Okay. Who here wants to increase profitability, gain more income? So every single one of you are scaling a business in one way or another. And it could just be you within that business, or it means you alongside a team in that business. So I really appreciate that all of you brought that forward, because I think it just helps you to shift that mindset. Even those who are between 0 and a year or 2 years, when you begin a business, you immediately are scaling a business, okay? So what are some of those things that you have to think about, a decision that you needed to make when you hit a point of quote unquote scaling in your business? What did that look like for you?
So right now, I happen to be moving moving up my mountain, and I literally have on my new system that I have in place and creating something that I haven't created before, and that's a big deal. It's exciting and it's scary, and it's gonna be amazing, which is what's really fun about all of that. Oh, so thank you.
For me, it's one, the system, I totally agree with that. How I'm going to get bigger, how I'm going to get out to more people, but the who behind it. And then it comes back to, how am I going to afford that? And I've learned to embrace it and step into it because it, one, makes me a better leader and a better business owner, because that's my money. And if that system isn't working, that person isn't working, I got to change it quick. I can't coach it out of them or coach them to it. And so that helps me, one, identify it, helps me as a better leader, but it helps me identify where a kink is in the system, change it quickly so that we can grow and go.
For me, my work is extremely heavy, as you can tell, helping women heal from abuse. It's very heavy. So what I actually realized coming into this 5 years later is that I couldn't hold the capacity anymore. So for me, it was, I needed to say, what am I going to build where people can have access to me, but not have all the access to me? So I created a community. I've created courses. I've created something bigger and broader because I want to help more people. I want to create more impact. And so now I just realized I had to make that decision. I couldn't be one-to-one all the time. I couldn't do it, even though I know that work is really needed. Women also have to be able to have just access to other things, and then they can come into my world when they're ready. So I think that was a hard decision for me because I want to be one-on-one.
Okay, so who's ever been staring at Canva at 2 a.m. in tears going, I'm just gonna burn it all down today? Anybody else ever done that? Just me? Cool, okay. So first of all, that moment's totally natural, by the way. If that happened to you, there's nothing wrong with you. But I think the hardest thing is when we're entrepreneurs, when we're business owners, when we're founders, we have an immense responsibility to lead ourselves first. And we sit in these moments, right, and we're like, I want to help everybody. I can have everybody have a better life. I can. And you can, but at what cost? And at what cost to you, to your life, to your quality of life, like she was mentioning, right? There comes, like, I want to solve every business owner's problem. And I could, but I would be in the fetal position on the floor if I did that. And so holding myself accountable to my needs still matter as I impact the world and finding where my balance is has been really, really hard to hold myself accountable to say, Lindsay, that's an amazing opportunity that you need to say no to. And that's really hard.
Yeah, it's incredibly important as a founder to be looking at self as you sit within the realm of the organization. And so I love that each of you have brought forward, and you're kind of leaning into the next question, which is fantastic, that idea of it's really the who sometimes and not the how. And what it takes to be able to step into that position of bringing on that who's going to help to propel that business forward before the how I can do that is truly sitting there. So sometimes we have to take that leap and we have to trust and we have to put in place what's needed to know that on the other side of it, what is meant to be built is going to be built. So when you look at your businesses and where you've been in your journey, where have you held on to too much for too long is one question. And if that's not the right one for you, when did you feel that burnout long before you recognized it?
Yeah, so I think especially in my case, right, so I'm neurodivergent, I battle chronic illness, so I had to accept in my accountability that my moment of needing to raise my hand and say, I need help, probably was gonna come earlier than maybe I was comfortable with. And that's okay, right, because I have to be true to myself first. And I was in the back room when Gina made this comment earlier, I'm like, HR approves. You may walk in and be like, I need a salesperson. And I'm gonna look at you and go, cool, what do you want that person to do? Because you probably don't actually need a salesperson. What you really may need is a conversation with yourself about, am I doing things that I just don't need to be doing, right? Because if it doesn't bring you passion, purpose, or profit, be like a dog, pee on it, and get rid of it. Okay, so passion, purpose, profit. If it isn't one of those things, bye, girl, bye. Stop doing it, and then reassess yourself. I've had to do that a lot, and it's really, really helped. But I did have to hire maybe before my brain was ready, because my body said, this isn't gonna be you.
So as a trauma survivor, I realized that my capacity was not good because I was in fight or flight all the time. So even as a business owner, I saw that like showing up for myself. Like my body was like screaming no, like you need to slow down, but my brain is like, no, I gotta keep going, I gotta keep going. And I held on to like being a perfectionist for so long instead of just hiring the people that I needed to do the job and thinking I could just do it all. And so now I have a team, right? A team that takes care of my ecosystem, which I've created the ecosystem for my business. So right now, my business is operating without me there. And that is the goal. The goal is to be making money while you sleep.
So for me, what I held on to too long was appointment setting. Meeting with my customers, meeting with potential customers, so to pick up the phone. But I gotta run payroll, and then I gotta run the Office Max. I gotta do this, I gotta do that. And it was falling by the wayside. But I felt that they needed to hear from Susie. They wanted to hear from their agent to set that appointment. They didn't even know. They could have been on the phone with my husband and they would have gone, thanks, Susie, we'll talk to you Wednesday. So I realized that I needed somebody there to basically be that person. That was a part of their job. The benefit of it was they were answering phones too. And then they were appointment setting for my team. So now they're growing. And within all of that, they've learned to love insurance. So now they're getting their license. And so I backfilled to that. So meanwhile, we're growing. So, but it was taking myself out of it and the fact that perception that people needed me.
So I'm Jackie of Jackie Style, and that's a really hard one. I consistently am trying to remember that I don't have to be in the business, like in the minutia, that I need to be the face, that I need to be for now, the sales face person, all those things. And it's that transition that's been interesting. And it's now, and I can feel it. And my husband's looking at me going, are you okay? And I'm like, sure, I'm great. So I'm in that position right now trying to really work on what is it that asking those questions that we've talked about before, and looking at what specifically am I needing to scale and systemize, and how do I have a better customer journey for the amazing women that I work with without me constantly being the person pushing the button. And it's happening now for me, and I'm pretty sure it's happening now for several of you in the room. So that's so you can be on the journey with me this year as I'm transitioning all these things.
Oh my gosh, so good. Well, I know for me, the burnout will always show up as exhaustion. But I like to name the exhaustion as like, I've just been doing a lot. I've been super busy and I've been handling all the things. I just need a couple of days off, or I need a really good night's sleep. And it's when the couple of days off or the really good night's sleep doesn't do anything. That's when I know I've hit a point of burnout. At least that's what it typically tends to look like for me. What I would just kind of piggyback on what you ladies are saying, there's a lot of not having to be the inside of the business. And so one thing I would want every single woman in here to understand and know is that as you build your business, you are building an asset, period. You may not be invested in the stock market, you may not have a large, huge 401k, who knows? But your business is an asset that you are building. And in order for that asset to provide the leverage that you want on the back end, in order for it to mature in the way that you would want it to mature, so that someday, should something happen and you're like, hey man, I want to go check something else out, the one question that will be asked of you, should you decide to exit, transfer, do something different, is how dependent is the business on you? How involved in the day-to-day operations of your business are you? And I don't care who it is, they could have known you for 25 years, that'll still be the first question out of their mouth. So just kind of something to think about. Okay, I would be remiss on a panel like this if we didn't bring up AI in some way, shape, or form. Am I right? Okay, so ladies, as you think about AI and the way that it is showing up in our world today, how do you see it as leverage for your business? How do you see it as something that could be potentially utilized as you scale?
AI's helped me with shortening the amount of time that it takes me to figure some things out. Not all the things, but I will say my business is still an in-person touch, one-to-one community kind of a thing. So I know that it will not all be AI, because that's a high importance, a high value to me, is to be a connector and a hugger and all those things. So AI is an amazing tool to get me to places shorter, but I don't think it will never be, I should never say never. As far as I can tell today, it's not going to be the mainstay of my business.
I mirror that. Having a State Farm office, I have to play with State Farm's tools. They've already incorporated some AI tools, which have been great. We're all benefiting from it. Policies that issue quicker, identifying customers that may be shopping, so those types of things. But personally, since we are so regulated, there's things that I can never have the full capacity of AI like some of you can. So personally, where I've adopted it is a quick form, a quick questionnaire for my team as we head into our planning sessions, a quick email. What sounds good? Oh no, make that sound funny. Or this one's good. I like this one. I'm studying for my certified financial planning designation. I've been using that to study. Tell me where I'm bad and give me flashcards. So it's more of a personal thing. You guys are much more advanced than where I am, but that's where I use it for.
I use AI for technology because I am always constantly asking my oldest son to come and help me do something for that. And I'll just be like, no, now you just have AI and it can easily help me do whatever I need to figure out in my business. Use it that way. But I think that's the biggest key is finding what you can use it for so that you're not always having to be the one that's the wheels spinning, right? And exhausting yourself all the time.
Yeah, so even though I work in human resources, I'm still a big advocate of AI. I use it every day, and I use it for what I label as LDS, little dumb stuff.
right? So, and I encourage my clients to use it in a similar manner. As an HR person, at least once a week, at least 5 times a day in January, I'm answering the same question. Lindsay, where's my medical ID card? I don't need to answer that question, y'all. That's not a good use of my time. That's an LDS. That's a little dumb stuff. Create a FAQ page, build an in-house AI. I don't really care how you fix it. Somebody that's not me can answer that question. And it's part of how you build that capacity, build that asset that Carrie was talking about, right? Stuff that you don't need to do. I'm also notorious for using AI because I maybe get mad at a client every so often. And I write that email and I'm like, ooh, girlfriend, that ain't it. Copy paste into Gemini. Gemini, make this sound much nicer than I did, please. Sure thing, Lindsay, here you go. Beautiful. Recopy, paste over my original one. Send. There are so many little things that it can do, especially the more you know yourself and you know what your strengths and weaknesses are. And mine is I am direct and sassy and I curse a lot, right? That doesn't really fit the HR persona. I also don't care, but my client might care, right? There are ways that you can use it to help you in the things that you're not good at. But at the end of the day, it will never replace me. And I know it never will because, and this just happened to me a couple of months ago, right? An employee came to me in tears because their manager crossed a line that never should get crossed. And if that happened to you, do you want to go cry to Claude? No, you want to go cry to a human being. You want to have a real conversation with a real human about the real life hard shit that happens. Claude can't do that. And I don't care how much some programmer sits in an office and tries to teach Claude how to do that. He's never going to be able to do it as well as I can. And so knowing where that balance is super important. It's great. Use it. If you're not using it today, when you go home tonight, go play with it. Find a way to use it in your business. You'll thank me by tomorrow. But it shouldn't replace your whole business.
But I tell you, AI can be a beautiful cheerleader too. Have you ever gone in there and had a bad day? And it's that is the most brilliant thing that I've heard of. What a fantastic idea, right? Use it that way too if you're having a rough day. I tend to use it for strategy, and not to create the strategy for me, but to really ask me the questions that help me to develop the strategy further than maybe I can on my own. So I utilize it as my curiosity agent, my COO, or, hey, as somebody in sales, tell me where I'm not looking at this correctly. It'll tell me I'm brilliant, and then it'll give me a better answer, so. Okay, coming to the close, I'm going to kind of wrap a couple of questions. You decide which one you want to answer, but I would love to know if you have seen collaboration versus competition shift in your own minds as you have continued to grow and to scale your businesses. And then, I think this is always a good one, have you ever taken a piece of advice for your business or as you were building that just wasn't right or didn't align?
So you mean yesterday? No, I think it's really important to know yourself, right? Back to kind of what we talked about at the beginning. You have to know yourself and know what's in alignment for you. There's a ton of great advice out there and it's all right. It just may not be right for you. And yes, I have definitely had that happen to me. And some of it is acknowledging that as a chronic illness, there are certain, right, the people who are like, you need to talk to 150 people a day. No, girl, no, I don't. No, I don't. Because if I did that, again, I'd be in the fetal position on the floor. And so knowing where that balance is and saying, if that's not the right thing for me, let's start experimenting and finding what is. My grandfather taught me something a really long time ago that I've always kind of held to. The first time something doesn't go the way you planned, it's not a mistake, it's a lesson. When you don't learn the lesson, you keep doing the thing, that's the mistake. Lessons are critical in business. You won't grow as a human nor as a business without learning lessons. So fail faster. You can always choose again, unless it's murder. That's the only thing you don't get to choose again. Everything else you can choose again. So you made the wrong decision. No, you didn't. You learned a lesson, and we're going to learn from that lesson, and now we're going to choose differently, and we're going to move forward. It doesn't have to be that hard. The other phrase that I've really learned that has helped me a lot, particularly when I get in my head, up until now, this was really hard, but I'm a frickin' brilliant woman and I can learn it.
So for me, I had a business mastermind when I first began my business. I thought that I needed that. I thought I would have to go all in. I need someone to kind of tell me what to do. And I was listening to all the things, but they kept saying, no, you got to niche down. You got to niche down. First of all, I hate that word. Okay, do not put me in a box. I was put in a box my whole entire life. And so I realized, no, I do not need to niche down. This is my story. My brand is my story. And what I do, I am both things. And so I realized that the more that I just was authentic and realized that was what was in alignment for me. It didn't matter. I didn't need to niche down and only tell one story of who I am. It was the whole gamut of what I came here to do, and that's my mission and my purpose.
But the one that I'm grabbing onto, I get more caught up in what you guys are saying, like, that's really good. But the piece of advice that I should have taken, I haven't. I'm lucky, I think, to be in insurance. I'm risk adverse, so I know myself and I know, ooh, that's risky. I don't think I would do that. If I do, it would be a really short timeline. But a couple of things that I have done that are really well or the great piece of advice. I had an agency coach before I launched, and she leaned across to me and she said, you need to join NABO. I had no idea what NABO was. And when I looked it up, I thought, that makes sense. Because I know insurance. I know how to sell. I know insurance. I've never been a business owner. I don't know how to do that. But I do know that there's safety in women, and women aren't going to let women fail. So from there, I've learned from other women how to be a better business owner. And I also, and I encourage you to think something about competition within your industry. I don't have that. I have my State Farm besties. We get together consistently. We just got tattooed. And where I find that it's beneficial, it, like you guys were saying, it reminds me of the leader I don't want to be. They manage their offices well. They're successful in their own right. That's their business. But I can learn and grow from them in a different way too. But I have to say, I've grown by leaps and bounds because of working with other women business owners and learning from you all.
I'm not going into bad advice. There's so much. Anyway, because my heart is women and connection, collaboration is huge. I love collaboration. I love connection. I love making sure that someone knows who you are and how awesome Lindsay is with her HR. So collaboration for me is push my business forward in so many different ways. And some of them have been good and some of them haven't been. But ultimately, because of my heart and the women that I love to work with, it is always the best thing. So don't be afraid of collaboration. Don't be afraid of competition either, because there's women in this room that do what I do, that do what you do. No one does what Lindsay does because she's unique and special. But I just find that person today. Even in the time that we have together as we're meeting, there's somebody here you can collaborate with, and 2 is better than 1. It becomes like 5, 2 or 3. So I want to encourage that. I love collaboration. It's like the foundation that I've built my business on.
And I would say for me that collaboration is my business. in all honesty. So Kinza is a collective, and we are a collaborative, and I built it specifically that way because I know my lane. I know where I'm really good, and I know where I could play. I know enough in a lot of places to be really dangerous, right? I think we all do. Like, we could all do pretty much dang anything. I also have learned over time that doesn't suit me, and it doesn't suit the clients I'm working with. So the collective that I have is I bring alongside fractional COOs and CHROs and CFOs who come into organizations in their lane, in their sweet spot, in their genius, to really uplift the end goal, the woman business owner themselves. And that, to me, has been how the business has been able to scale and grow as quickly as it can and keep me sustained without that burnout in the process. So that's what I would say. I think now we have the ability to open up for a few questions. So if anybody has any questions, please let us know. We would love to answer them for you. Okay, all the way in the back. If you can shout it, oh, we can hear. Use your big voice. I know you have one. Yep, big voice.
All right. Hi, I'm Kathleen. Can everyone hear me? There's a little bit of a reverberation. Okay. So I own a dog daycare in North Scottsdale, and I want people to know about me. Whether it's to bring their dog to me or to open their own franchise, since we recently announced we're franchising. Someone had suggested a YouTube channel, so I'm trying to learn that. So, everyone's always suggesting things, and these are great things, but I can only do so many. Like, there's some great women networks, but I can't go to every single one of them. How do you decide which ones are the best? I guess for you, I know you have to decide for yourself.
So networking is huge. Okay. Getting seen is really important, and I think that find the place that you feel comfortable. So if you're most comfortable being seen is in person, do that. If you're most comfortable as being seen through socials, do that. Don't freak yourself out, and find people that you can collaborate with. Is there someone that you can dog sit, dot run, walk, that does the things that be done? Collaborate with them. Trade, whatever it needs to.
I would say, hey, you. She's a six-figure chick. I would say, one, consistency. And as my sales coach, my wonderful sales coach would say, what room do you want to be in? And be in that room. And that's really what I have found is, again, I love insurance. I love protecting women's businesses. I like to hang around with those women. I know what they go home, they have struggles, they're taking care of their dogs, they're taking care of their kids, but I got to protect their livelihood. So that's how we're known. We're also very involved in Scottsdale Chamber, but again, it's through that consistency that we've been there and continually have been there. So it does me, I love when I go to places and people are like, oh my gosh, like I know Susie Glover State Farm. But it's because we've been consistent in those areas.
Yeah, I think the idea that we have to be in all the rooms is crap. Okay, so I don't have the social battery to go to all the places that I could potentially find a client. And that's the actual power of networking. So if you feel like that you have to be present, you're networking wrong. Because the best kind of networking is that I don't even have to be in a room, and I can look in this room, and there are at least a dozen women in this room who would say my name if I'm not even here. And that's when you know you're doing it right. So networking isn't about handing out a card. It's my favorite thing about Network Live. I rarely bring business cards to Network Live. I just don't, because I don't have to. Because I go in there and I build relationships with people who know my why. They know why I do the thing that I do. That's why they remember me. And when they go to a different event and that person is whining about the drama of their employees in their office, that person goes, you need to meet my friend Lindsay. And I don't even have to be there. And that's when you know you're doing it right. So let go of the expectation that you have to be in every room. It won't serve you. And instead focus on finding really quality people who can speak your name in rooms you're not in.
I think that for social media too, so as we're moving to the next person, when people say you have to be here and you got to be on LinkedIn and you got to post this many times a day and you got to be on YouTube, I am out. I am out. I will not do it. My body doesn't sustain it. I avoid it, which tells me it's not aligned with me. So always listening to what that feels aligned. If you're leaning into it, it's a place to go. If you're pulling back or finding, not ever doing the thing that you're supposed to be doing, it's just not aligned.
Can you hear me okay? Better. Hi, my name is Kaylee. I'm the CEO and founder of Shine is Light and the vice president of the Broken Arrow Wranglers Foundation. Thank you for talking about burnout and mental health. What are the things that are joy-filled that have restored your shine back? I'm curious about the unique experiences that have brought that back for you.
I will go on the longest hike ever. That's what I do. I just will get out in nature and I will go on a long freaking hike. That brings me an incredible amount of joy.
My joy is on the water. So I will paddleboard on the river and I'm like, this is my therapy. Like I just go there and I'm like, oh, I am completely away from everything. And that's exactly what I need to kind of come back to center.
Thanks, same. I love Arizona. I love being out in nature and on trails. But ultimately, I'm a connector and I thrive on the connection. So if I'm with somebody else on a trail chatting, that's great. But again, in other rooms, just sitting down, learning about people.
If any of you know me at all, it's coffee with friends. Yes. That's my favorite. Talking, sipping coffee, hanging out. It brings me great joy. The other one, if I need just Jackie time, which is going to sound really funny, I will go find a store I've never been in and wander and dream and think and dress people in my head. And so I do like shopping and it's like a wander shop. I don't take anybody with me. I just do it on my own. So between those two things, I'm pretty good. Or dancing with my husband, which is amazing.
So good. Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, ladies, for being on this panel and sharing your stories and your insights. If anything, other questions arise, let us know. What?
Is this on? Okay. We have 10 more minutes, so we can ask more questions.
Oh. Well, he's got to reset the timer over here.
That's right. We were running ahead
I take
of
that
time.
back. Rewind. We'll come back to the thank yous again. Okay.
We want to take a break? Does somebody else have? Oh, there's some more questions. This is the time, ladies, to get all your burning questions answered.
Hi, my name is Angelica. My question would be, should you feel a burnout on startup finances? Should you feel a burnout? You hear me? Okay. Should you feel a burnout on a startup due to finances?
Now, that is a really good question. So the question is, should you feel a burnout in a startup because of finances? What is immediately coming to me is a no, actually. Finances are, as Gina so beautifully said earlier, finances are information. Data is information. If you're looking at the financial side of the business and you are feeling a burnout, it is because you're looking at it from a prove-it-driven
space. Meaning that if I'm looking at and I can say this because I've been here, love. If I'm looking at my finances and I'm feeling burned out, I'm struggling with it, outside of just seeing it as information, then it means that I'm trying to prove something in order to earn the next dollar. And if I'm sitting in a prove it mentality, I can't sit in a passion mentality. And if I'm prove it, I'm scarcity. And scarcity does what? Pulls more scarcity back in. If I'm sitting in passion, passion does what? Magnetizes it all. So that's what I would say as it pertains to that. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think it's important to note, right, that like money is a tool. Okay, money's a tool. It's not the end goal, it's a tool. And especially when we first start in our first business, and I'm gonna point every finger at myself when I say this, I was so driven by the money result that I completely forgot about why I was even doing it. And so when we start up, we have all these expectations that we put on ourselves, and like, why? Why did we put ourselves through that? Because the reality is the definition of success is different for every person. And I think when I give keynotes, one of the things that I start with is I ask everybody to take a piece of paper and write down their personal definition of success. And that is what you're working towards. And it doesn't matter if you make as much money as the person sitting next to you or the person sitting across from you. Who the hell cares? What matters is that you feel the passion during the process. And once you're starting to feel the passion go away, that's when it's time to stop. That's when it's time to seek your collaborations, your community, those people around you that have been the places that you've been. Some of the best conversations I've had have been with other people in HR who were like, I've been in that spot and I see this thing you don't see. And I'm like, oh, that was really good. Or I have a conversation with someone who has never touched an HR thing in their life, and they're like, girlfriend, are you putting unrealistic expectations on yourself? You got to sleep at night. Don't forget that part, right? And so finding that balance and taking that step back and not letting the money drive and letting the passion drive and letting the money be a tool for the passion, way more sustainable, and it'll keep you out of that burnout spot.
I want to speak to something that's really important here too, because I teach people how their brain works. And when you work with your subconscious, you have to get to the roots of your money trauma, of your scarcity. Okay, otherwise we repeat patterns. That's what we do. We repeat patterns until we're conscious of our patterns. And so that's what I help women define. Okay, what is the root? So for me, I was grown up in a religious environment that literally was emphasized money is the root of all evil. So what did that instill in me as a child? That money's bad. It means I'm greedy. There's something wrong with me having money. It's bad. And so every time I would have money, I would feel shame. And so I had to get to that trauma. I had to get to the understanding of what really was going on in my subconscious. And I had to remove the shame, the guilt, and the subconscious belief in order to create what I want. Because you are the creator of your life and your reality. And when you work with that part of your brain, you are limitless. There's infinite possibilities.
I agree with what's being said here. I'm curious, though, what the stress of the finance is that you're experiencing. Is it not having enough within a startup? Absolutely, that's valid. Is it because you're doing your own bookkeeping and finances that is one more thing that's taking you, like she said, from your passion? So that reflection of what is it about the finance? But I also just want to say, and I might be the minority here, I actually, all last week was up at 3:00 in the morning, not so much about finance, but again, I'm considering hiring another person. Where is that money going to come from? Are we going to? And where I've given myself grace there, my business is my baby. We're only 7 years old. And like raising my daughter, am I giving her enough? Am I giving her too much? Because I want her to have everything. I want her to succeed. But also by being happy and healthy and not have so much therapy because of me. And so I think some of that too is to give yourself grace, because this is your baby, this is your passion. So you know what that answer is and where that's at, but to kind of again, I agree with everything that they were saying, and use those as your tools in your tool belt.
Any other questions before we? No? Awesome. Okay. Ladies, thank you very much for being on this panel. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much, ladies. That was so good. One of the things I love about the panels is you get so many different perspectives in such a short amount of time, and I love that we're able to ask questions as well. And also, I wanted to just make a note of how I hope you're not feeling that there is the competition and that kind of a thing. We're all here to help each other. We're all going to rise by building each other up. And that is the message that I want you to walk away with today, if you don't walk away with anything else, that you can turn to some of the ladies in this room or any of the ladies in this room, and you can get that help. Okay, so our next speaker is going to get us moving, thinking, and talking about ourselves. Welcome to the stage, Teresa Paganini. Did I say that right? Okay. Teresa is the owner of Love Yourself Lean and Elevate, where she helps women harness the power of self-love to transform their lives, health, and relationships. Her work is rooted in a simple belief: every person deserves to feel worthy, confident, and alive. Through her year-long self-love practice, Teresa guides women in breaking patterns of self-rejection and building an unshakable self-worth through consistent, intentional habits. Her approach is honest, direct, and deeply supportive. Welcome to the stage, Teresa.
Thank you. All right, hold on. I got full hands here, ladies. That doesn't matter. Well, that needs my face. Keep track. Can't go wrong with the big fat button. Hi, ladies. So I don't know about you, but I've noticed that women everywhere struggle with self-doubt. We all seem to have this self-deprecating, demoralizing little asshole in our head, constantly chirping how we're not enough. And I, for one, want to evict him permanently. Anyone else? Yeah, because that voice shows up everywhere. And this conference is a great example. I could walk into a room like this and I'll have one of two very strong reactions. One, hell yes. Look at all these beautiful ladies. I can't wait to connect, see what partnerships I can create. Or two, oh shit, she makes how much money? She's a mother, a business owner, a best-selling author, public speaker, and she runs a successful nonprofit? She's a shaman? What the hell am I doing in this room? Now, I would love to tell you I always have the hell yes reaction. But when I don't control that damn voice, I can absolutely have that oh shit reaction instead. And is it just me, or does anybody else ever suffer from the oh shits? Not the shits, the oh shits. Yeah. And those oh shits are not just reserved for conferences. Oh no. They show up in our businesses. Oh shit, double my price? Nobody's gonna pay me that. They show up in our relationships. How many single ladies out there? Okay, it could sound like, oh shit, he hasn't called. Why hasn't he called? What did I do wrong this time? And if you're in a relationship, oh shit, what is he hiding on his phone? Who's he texting? Is he cheating on me? And he's looking up the latest NFL score. right? And don't even get me started on the oh shits and walking past a mirror. Yeah. Now that voice that causes those oh shit moments has the ability to negatively impact every single aspect of our lives. If we let it. One of my favorite quotes is, "Nobody can make me feel inferior without my consent." Who said that? Hell yes, Eleanor Roosevelt. Well, ladies, if we're running around having all of these oh shit moments, we're running around giving out our consent. So today, I want to share a framework with you that will turn your oh shit moments back into those hell yeses that you deserve. It's a framework that I've been using personally for over 30 years and professionally for 12. And I've helped hundreds of women transform their lives. I've helped women save their marriages. I've helped women gain the confidence to walk away from their marriages. I've helped women learn to love and accept their bodies exactly as they are. And I've helped women learn to love themselves so much that they've committed and lost the weight that they battled for years. And yeah, I've helped women pivot their businesses. I've helped them gain the confidence to only take on the work that gives them the passion we've been talking about today, for the money they actually deserve to make. And in every one of those scenarios, that transformation happened with this one framework. Are you curious? Well, thank God, I don't know what else I'd talk about. Okay, so it seems to be a theme today, but my framework has 3 pillars. Have you noticed it's a thing? Yeah. Hey, 3 is easy to remember. I had 4 and thought, oh my God, that's a lot. Let's back it up. So there's 3. And all 3 are vital to the success of evicting that voice, but none so much as the first. Because without the first, the other 2 don't matter. And that first one is permission. Ladies, do you give yourself permission to feel confident? And a lot of us are thinking, well, duh, that's a no-brainer, of course I do. Well, I can tell you with my 12 years of experience, it's not that simple. Confidence is not the result of an achievement. Many of us think it is. When I'll feel confident. Confidence is a choice. I spent decades battling various eating disorders and body dysmorphia. And I can tell you, I've been 20 pounds underweight. I've been 50 pounds overweight. And I have been so ripped and so fit, I was asked pretty frequently if I was a fitness competitor. And in none of those bodies was I ever confident. And it wasn't because I didn't achieve my goal. People thought I was a fitness competitor. No. I wouldn't allow myself to celebrate it, to own it, to acknowledge it, to stand tall in the success of what I worked so hard for. God forbid somebody thought I was conceited or too proud, or even worse, what if I made somebody else feel more insecure in their body because I felt secure in mine? That wasn't allowed. So I did everything right to create confidence and never experienced it. That damn voice. So let's see where you are with permission, shall we? I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so everybody, you're gonna stand up and find a buddy very close to you, partner up with someone. I want one of you to face the back of the room. I want one of you to face me. All right. They only give me 30 minutes to do this. So you're gonna face each other. You're gonna face each other, but somebody's facing the front of the room. Yes, somebody's facing the back of the room, exactly. So face each other. All right. Hold on, ladies. All of the beautiful ladies facing me and the front of the room, you are partner A, okay? So partner A, we're focusing on you. You are going to look at partner B. Everybody pay attention. You're gonna look at partner B and you are going to repeat after me. Partner A only. You ready? Okay, partner A, repeat after me. I give myself permission to put my needs first and trust you to handle yours. Very nice. Okay, partner A, it's still your turn. Hold on. Let me have your attention up here. Okay, so partner A only. I want you to get big. Open up those arms. Lift that chest. Be tall, be proud, very much. I said be tall. I'm so short. Anyway, look at partner B. Repeat after me. I give myself permission to be seen. Janet, open those arms. Get big. Oh, I'm looking at you, girl. No, keep going. Keep those arms up. Keep those arms up. Look at me. See me. I matter. Nice job. Drop your arms. All right, guys, one more. Partner A, look at partner B. Repeat after me. I give myself permission to not care what you think. Hold on. Partner A, repeat after me. Your opinion has no power over me. Hell yes. All right, nice job, ladies. Let's switch sides. Partner B, you're gonna face me. Partner A, face the back of the room. All right, partner B, you got a sneak peek. All right, ladies, you ready? Partner B only. Repeat after me. I give myself permission to put my needs first and to trust you to handle yours. All right, partner B, it's your turn. Get really big. Open up those arms. Lift that chest. Look at partner B, repeat after me. I give myself permission to be seen. Look at me. See me. I matter. Arms down. Last one. Partner B, look at partner A, repeat after me. I give myself permission to not care what you think. Your opinion has no power over me. Nice job, ladies. Have a seat. Okay, so I'm curious. How many of you you, when you were saying those words, making eye contact with somebody else who may or may not have been a stranger, felt really damn uncomfortable, maybe emotional. How many of you actually had that oh shit moment? Like, oh shit, I'm sorry, I don't mean this. She made me say it. Okay, all right, now here. How many of you had the hell yes moment? Yes, now keep your hands up. Yes, you are the women that give yourself permission to look and feel confident. Yes, yes. Beautiful. Now, this is something that needs to be practiced to continue to strengthen, and some of you may not have put your hands up about the hell yes. So on your tables, there is a confidence clarity worksheet. There's one for everybody. Everybody grab one. It's your takeaway. And you'll notice under permission, I've given you a mantra. Every morning, I want you to look in the mirror, and I want you to say this out loud to yourself. No one, including me, can make me feel inferior without my consent. Today, I don't give it. Say that every day, ladies, as often as you need to, and I promise you, in 1 month, that voice, that little asshole, will be significantly quieter. Deal? Okay, that was just pillar 1. Pillar 1 was permission, now the work happens. Pillar 2 is willingness. It is willingness to do the work, but more importantly, it's willingness to be uncomfortable. Because I suspect a large majority of you are very comfortable doing the things that work against your self-confidence. I suspect a large number of you are very comfortable people-pleasing. Very comfortable saying yes to every request that comes your way, freely giving out your time and energy until you're so exhausted and tapped out, there's nothing left for you. Would you be willing to say no to some of those requests, even if it's uncomfortable, to protect your time and energy? I mentioned that I had been 50 pounds overweight. And that was only one of many things wrong with my life at the time. I also worked a really low-income job that I abhorred. And as a result, I lived in low-income government-assisted housing, where the cops were there every night. When I looked out the window, there was always the blue and red flash. I was like, great. My car was even a lemon. It wasn't just my life. It was my car. I needed a screwdriver to shove in some hole, give it a quarter turn just to get the car out of park so I could go to my low-income job. And I had surrounded myself with friends because I didn't want to be alone with my own thoughts. But these friends were strategic. They were worse off than me. So when I suffered with comparisonitis, I didn't look so bad. But also, they were so self-absorbed in their own world that I could be hidden in a crowd and never seen. I was safe to just mire in my depression. But I was so alone. But I was also so lucky because one day, as I was hiding on the side of a building smoking a cigarette, because I did that too, I was mid-drag when I had my epiphany. What the hell am I doing? I hate my life. I hate my body. And let's be real, I hate me. And so the question, well, before the question, the epiphany, don't forget the epiphany, Teresa. The epiphany was that those three things were only true because of the choices, like that cigarette, that I was making. So the question became, am I willing to make different choices? Am I willing to give up the alcohol and the cigarettes? Am I willing to get my ass out of bed and exercise even though it feels like it's gonna kill me? Am I willing to job interview and potentially experience rejection over and over again in order to get a better job? Am I willing to be vulnerable with another human and allow myself to be seen? And I was low enough that the answer was absolutely, yeah, I'm willing to try. And I'm not going to lie. It was uncomfortable. And it was worth it. In 3 short years from that day with that cigarette, I had lost those 50 pounds. I'd gotten a much higher paying job that allowed me to buy a new car and my first home. And I fell in love. But more importantly, I allowed myself to be loved. Yay. It was a different life. And it only happened because I was willing to be uncomfortable. And those were big changes. But those big changes only came because of the little things that I practiced. And it was the accumulation of those little things that changed my life. And I'm gonna make you practice one of them now. Did you really think I was the only one gonna work? You guys are so cute. Okay, so this is what we got. Oh yeah, that was it. Okay, so I went too early. Can I go back? Oh, look at that. More than the big button. There's little buttons too. Okay, so you guys, I'm only gonna give you 60 seconds. But in that 60 seconds, you've got one objective: to give and receive as many compliments as you can. But there are 2 caveats. Caveat 1, you are only allowed to respond with a very sincere and a very simple thank you. Not this old thing? Oh, please, I got that at Target, $5 like 20 years ago. No. Thank you. Oh, girl, you're being so nice. I'm so bloated, please. I'm fat as a house. What are you supposed to say? You're so smart. Okay, so that was caveat 1. Caveat 2, if you receive a compliment first, you are not allowed to reciprocate. Your only job is to receive and just say that simple thank you and move on. Okay? You've got 60 seconds. You can stay or move. Go. Believe it or not, you're halfway there. Just thank you. Move on. All right, ladies, give or get one more compliment and sit down. All right, ladies, let's go. Sit on down for me. As you make your way back to your seats, I'm curious. How many of you were uncomfortable with just the thank you? I know you love each other, but I've got like 6 minutes left, and then I'll get out of your hair and you can eat lunch, I promise. All right. Thank you. All right, so, ladies, if I know your name, I'm gonna start calling you out. Sit your cute butts down. All right. So, the thank you was uncomfortable for some of you. How many of you found it even more uncomfortable not to reciprocate? We are so comfortable diverting our attention to everyone else, building everyone else up. Lindsay mentioned this. We are responsible for building us up. That goes with the permission and with the willingness. And if you, once again, want to be confident, you will practice the simple, non-reciprocating thank you anytime you get a compliment, praise, acknowledgement, a gift, offer of support. Thank you. But it isn't saying thank you one time that makes you confident. And that takes us to pillar 3, consistency. Confidence starts as a choice, but it only strengthens as a practice. The woman I am today is nothing like the woman I described to you earlier that struggled with depression and loneliness. And it's because I committed to practicing the uncomfortable consistently every day. And I still do. And now I can stand on a stage in front of hundreds of beautiful women and confidently and comfortably share my story. And I can do that because I feel unshakable. Yeah? Can you see that I feel unshakable? Do you want to feel unshakable? Yeah. Because you have to ask yourself, will you give yourself permission to accept the compliments, to stand tall in your power unapologetically? Because I can teach you how. Think about the one thing in your life you've been craving for years. Maybe decades. A happier marriage, a stronger relationship with your kids, more confidence in your body, a financially thriving business. What is it? What's your one thing? And are you willing to be uncomfortable to get it? And let's be real. Ladies, we've had a lifetime of conditioning that has stolen our self-confidence. And it's going to take more than my 30-minute talk, a day-long conference, or even a workshop to rebuild it. And it's so easy to get caught up in the momentum in a day like this and think, oh my God, today is different. This time, I'm going to be different and I'm going to do the thing. And then you walk out that door, you look at your phone and you go, oh shit, look at all the client calls I missed. And you spend your entire ride home returning those calls only to get home, to feed the kids, walk the dog, do the laundry, and the list is going to go on. And all of your commitments are going to go right out that window. And you're going to go back to the bottom of your priority list. And that's where I come in. Ladies, I want you to pull out your phones. I want you to scan that QR code. You'll notice that takes you directly to my scheduler. My confidence clarity sessions are normally $250 a pop, but I don't want you walking out that door with a framework you barely understand and no true concept of how to integrate it into your life. So for those of you that truly do want to evict that voice, and you really are ready to do the thing, I want to gift you with a personalized follow-up session to today. Let's gain some clarity about where self-doubt is still holding you back. Let's talk about where that voice continues to chirp loudest. And let's really explore where you are on your confidence journey versus where you want to be. Because there's only two outcomes of today. One, you continue to give your consent to that voice, and you continue to feel less. Or two, you give yourself permission to explore what it could feel like to live confidently, to believe in yourself so strongly that no one and nothing can shake you. I believe you deserve that. I know I can get you there. But you have to give yourself permission to do it. And it starts with a call. Thank you.
That was so amazing. Thank you so much, Teresa. Let's give her a hand. I love the exercise that she had us do, and it's just so good. Thank you so much. We are going to break for lunch, and we're gonna, I think the line, which end of the table does it start at? Oh, it starts over where Cheryl's standing. So the line is gonna start there, and we'll work our way over. We are going to have about 30 minutes for lunch, so we need to work our way through the line as quickly as possible so that we can stay on schedule. Also, I want to thank our lunch sponsor. Kim, could you come up to the stage, please? So you are going to get 2 minutes to talk and introduce yourself. Tell everybody who you are.
Great, thank you. I am Kim Boyke. I am a franchisee owner of the Entrepreneur Source. What that is I am a franchise matchmaker. Jen B from Jen B Marketing, actually. She's like, Jen, be a franchise matchmaker. So that's what I do. I help people that are in transition from jobs, laid off, or don't know quite where they want to go. They want to do something different. I help people that want to have multiple streams of income, and I also help people that want to diversify their portfolios. And I give them a space, a safe space, to go ahead and learn about it. It may not be for them, and that's okay. But we go ahead and give the space to be educated, take that information, and make that educated decision whether it's a path for you or not. If it's not, then I have people like you to go ahead and refer to. I have people that want to go ahead and help with the resumes. I have people that want to invest differently than what their 401ks are outside of that. I have people that want real estate, invest in real estate and start renting instead of going down the business ownership path of franchising. No? Oh, there we go. Okay. So we have people that want to go ahead and stay in the W-2, so I have people to refer them to as well. So it may not be you that needs help from me right now, but it may be your friends or people that you know that just want to do something different. They don't know what that is, but I help them to look at all the different possibilities. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you, ladies.
Okay, ladies, welcome back. How has everybody been doing with their roundtables? Are you guys making good connections, meeting people that can help you with your business and that you can collaborate with? Okay, ladies, let's wrap up our conversations. I love hearing all the excitement and the cheering for each other and the clapping for each other that everybody's doing at their tables, because it just makes, that's what this room is about, is supporting each other, cheering each other on. Ladies, I need you to shh. My husband hates it when I shush him. He says it's very rude, but it works, so you know. That's right, yes. He needs to shush more, and then I wouldn't have to shush him. Okay. Thank you, ladies, so much for your attention. We are so excited to bring up our next speaker. Mary Gall, as she's making her way up here, is a business coach who helps women entrepreneurs move from feeling stuck, please, from feeling stuck to gaining clarity, momentum, and results. After experiencing her own turning point as a new business owner, she understands firsthand the power of guidance, strategy, and support. Let's welcome Mary.
I'm gonna, that's really loud. I'll try not to blow your ears off, but first, happy first day of summer. No, it's the first day of spring. Feels like summer out there. Happy first day of spring, everyone. And also, happy first day, or happy International Happiness Day. Can you guys hear me? This is really loud. So, the point of International Happiness Day this year is to connect with someone on a one-to-one basis. So check, you're already done. Congratulations. All right, here we go. How many of you, just think about your laptop, think about your phone. Raise your hand if you have more than 10 things open on your phone right now, or open on your laptop. How about 20? Anybody got more than 50 things open on their laptop? Right? I see lots of hands. Now think about your brain. How many of you have more than 50 tabs open in your brain? all the time, right? There's actually a name for that. I have to refer to my notes so I say it correctly. It's called the Zeigarnik effect. And it is from a woman psychologist in 1920. So, yay, International Women. She was a psychologist in 1920 in Vienna. And she noticed that the waitstaff, when she was sitting there having her coffee, they could remember everything about the order while the order was open. As soon as they closed out the order, the waitstaff couldn't remember anything about that person, what they ordered, or anything. So she started studying that effect. That's why it's named after her, the Zeigarnik effect. And it's basically, she came up with the idea, or proved the idea, that our brain retains open loops. So you've just told me you have more than 50 things open in your laptop, right? And in our brains. Our brain is spending energy on those open loops, on those open tabs. So how do we move from all of those things open and draining our battery, just like it drains our battery of our laptop or our phone if we've got too many things open? The word is accountability. Now, that might give some of you, that uneasy feeling, that ugh, right? Accountability can be one of those words like diet or taxes or those kind of things that just makes us feel like, ugh. I want to help you shift your relationship to accountability today. When we break down the word accountability into two words, it's account, to keep a record of, and ability, to get things done, right? Does that help shift it a little bit? It's not the nuns with rulers, right? I went to Catholic school, so I can say that. But it's really, the purpose is to help us track getting things done. That's what accountability is. And you can say, I was today years old, however old you were, when you met somebody who absolutely loved accountability, right? That's me. You've now met me. So all of those open tabs, we're creating more of those today, right? We're writing down notes. We're like getting business ideas. Ooh, that new marketing campaign I want to do, open tab. That person I need to follow up with, open tab. The system you've been meaning to install, open tab, right? So accountability can help us to make sure we're getting those things done. Personal accountability, right, is honoring ourselves, honoring our word to ourselves. So if we say we're going to do something and then we don't follow through, sometimes that has consequences to our business, right? If we didn't follow up and we missed the client or we didn't get the contract in time and they went with somebody else, sometimes it can just be that we didn't follow through with somebody. No big deal, right? It doesn't cost you any money. However, every time we don't be accountable to ourselves or hold ourselves accountable, it erodes at our self-confidence. So like Teresa was saying up there, confidence is something that we have to practice every day. Accountability helps build that confidence. It helps us to know that we are getting things done. We're honoring our word to ourselves. Outside accountability, there's accountability that we have within ourselves, personal accountability, but we all need support, right? So finding some outside accountability helps us with deadline creep. How many of you have had a project on your list for more than 6 months? Yes. Those deadlines are like, oh, I'm going to work on that next week. And then next week turns into next month, and then it's 6 months down the road, and you're like, oh, yeah, I was going to do that thing, right? So accountability can help with deadline creep. It can build encouragement. Like we said, the more we get things done, even those small things, when we can get them done consistently, it builds our confidence, it builds our happiness quotient, right? We get that serotonin hit from completing those things on our to-do list. And it gives us confidence and honest eyes. If you have outside accountability, it can give you honest eyes and help you see those spots where you might be holding yourself back, right? And I like to think of accountability as not someone standing over my shoulder saying, get this done, but accountability is about finding a structure that allows you to do the work that you've made the promise to yourself that you're going to get done. So I'm going to share with you today my 5 T's of accountability. So get your notes out, because you might want to jot these down. The first one is target. Target. Before we're doing any activity, we need to know why we're doing that activity, right? What's the goal? What's the point of that activity? I'm going to put these 5 T's in the perspective of planning a retreat. So I plan retreats for women. I had some in Colorado. We're going to Ireland. Dee Dee gets to come with me to Ireland in May. Then we're having another one in Colorado in October. But in planning the retreat for Ireland, it's my first international retreat. I've traveled internationally, but never taken a group with me before, right? So I'm excited about that. But I had to know, what was the point of, first of all, what's the target? I want to have a retreat internationally. I want to be able to get paid to take women with me to experience the world. That was my target. So then the second T is traction. It's those small daily steps that build up our momentum to help us reach that goal. So in the retreat planning, first I had to figure out, where in the world are we going to go, right? Where do I want to go? Where would other women want to come with me? Then I had to look at how long would the retreat be, right? So every day I'm doing a little bit more research, I'm having conversations, I'm planning things, making connections, but I have my milestones marked out so that I can keep taking those daily steps to make sure that the retreat happens. And that leads us to the third T, which is time blocking. I know we all know how to use our calendars, right? Some people use them more effectively than others. You have to block important things on your calendar. It's just a no conversation, period, and you have to do it, right? So putting those things on your calendar is one thing, and honoring that time, again, honoring your commitment to yourself, being accountable to that time block, but then not just putting I'm going to do some marketing or I'm going to do some research. In that calendar block, be specific about what you want to do. If you have a marketing time block, put what you're going to do for marketing. I'm going to go onto LinkedIn and connect with 5 people and two posts and write an article. That will help you be accountable. You'll be able to check those things off, right? That helps with the accountability. Instead of just, it's a marketing block, I'm not sure what to do. The fourth T, follow along, we're doing 4. The fourth T is triggers. So this is kind of the carrot and stick. What is your trigger? What's your motivator for getting this done, right? So I've written a couple of books. I love celebration. So I planned the party first, and then I worked backwards from the party date to make sure I would hit all my deadlines. So the party was my accountability, the carrot, right? The reward, being at the party with my book, celebrating with my friends and family. So sometimes the trigger can be a positive thing, the carrot, the reward. Like for the retreats, I get to go on this amazing trip, right? That's my reward. If you do the stick, right? I've seen that work and I've used that myself as well. Here's a really good one. If you're more motivated by a task, an unwanted task, to get you to take action that you know you need to take. I've also had people write a check to an organization that they do not support, and they do not want that organization to have any of their money. Give that check to your accountability partner, sealed in an envelope, addressed and everything, and say, if I don't call you and say that I've gotten this done, you have my permission to mail that check. I've held those checks for a couple of my clients before, where they've given me a check. One was to their, college rival, and they're like, they're not getting any of my money. So whatever that organization is, write a big check, and then give it to your accountability partner and say, you have my permission to mail it on this day unless I complete my project. So that's a task. Okay, the last one is triumph. How many of you feel triumphant when you get a project done? Yes, yes. We have to celebrate every win along the way, right? So it's not just the big thing. The retreat will be such a triumph when I get to go to Ireland, right? At the end of that week, I'm going to feel elated. But I celebrate all the little triumphs along the way. When we got our hotels booked, when I sold out the last spot, when we, got the tours booked, everything's paid for now, right? I celebrate all those. I do a little happy dance in my office. So celebrating all those little things along the way will help keep you accountable and feeling that confidence. All right, so there's quick little ways you can build in accountability. So you've got a calendar, we talked about that, time blocking it, specific time blocks. Use a timer. This is I'm shaking my mom finger at all of you. Use a timer. Use the timer on your phone. I have a kitchen timer in my office. I say, I will have 30 minutes to work on this. I put the timer on and I stay focused on that one thing that I'm doing. I'm accountable to fill that 30 minutes with my most focused energy and thoughts and actions. So build your accountability using a timer. Sticky notes. Oh, okay, speaking of time, I'm at time. Okay. So I'm going to say, if you need some accountability, you can look for this postcard in your goodie bag. It has 3 ways that I support women entrepreneurs with accountability. I do 12-week accountability sprints. I do one-on-one coaching. And if you want some positivity in your life, come over and visit my table. I have stickers. I have fun little notebooks. And I would love to share some positivity with you. One last thought. I know every woman in here, you don't have an idea problem. We all have plenty of ideas, right? You have an open tabs problem. It's slowing you down. We need to start closing some of those tabs so that you can be functioning at your 100% best and celebrate every triumph along the way. Thank you. Can I get a selfie real quick with you?
Oh, yeah.
Selfie with you in the window. In the room. So everybody smile and say cheese. Oh, no. Yes, that helps. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so great and such a great visual of the open tabs across the your either your phone or your computer. And back in the olden days, it would really, really slow down your computer if you had a lot of tabs open. But I love that visual because I totally feel that energy and that drain when I am having 1,000 things in my mind. So better than me introducing our next speaker, she has a wonderful little sizzle reel that we are going to show you.
Hello, sunshines. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see so many familiar faces and meet so many new people. looking at all the smiles out there. Have you ever built and had a brilliant idea, built something you're really proud of, and right before you got ready to share it with somebody, there's that familiar voice in your head, you know, the one Teresa was talking about? The one that says, "Who do you think you are? Don't share too much." Has that happened to you? Because that's happened to me too. We've already confirmed that earlier. I think it's not happening to any of us anymore, though, after what we went through earlier today, right? That was great. Let's see. Fast forward. There you go. So you felt yourself shrink right in the moment you were getting ready to share. After building 38 years, incredible businesses as a serial entrepreneur, helping thousands of women be seen and be visible, here's what I know for sure. That voice, that's costing you everything. It's costing you revenue and clients. But more importantly, it's costing you your legacy. It's costing you the women that are waiting for you to show up and light a path, to give them permission to be seen too. This is the lie we believe as women. And I want to conquer that today for you when we talk about visibility. I was that little girl, the one who always wanted to be seen, the little child raising her hand saying, "I have something to say." That little girl knew she was meant for something. I remember, and some of you will remember doing this, putting stacks of books on my head, walking around my house up and down the stairs, trying not to fall down or drop them off, because I thought, if I could keep those books in my head, maybe I'll be Miss America. And one day, I remember walking to my aunt's home, who was sick. I think I was about 3. And I thought, rubbed my hands together and laid them on her, she would get better. I knew I was here to make a difference and make people feel something. Does that sound familiar? And in that space, as I was going through life, I found myself getting small because I was remembering all those voices that say, "Who does she think she is?" I was building businesses. I was having success, and yet I was playing small. I was listening to those voices. I was hiding behind all the things that I do. I remember one day as I was working with a client and she said, "I don't know if I can show up that way. I don't know if I can be visible in that way. I don't know if I can trust myself." And I know that is familiar too. So that little girl grew up, and as she was building real businesses and having success, there was still a part of her that was playing small. There was still a part of her that was listening to people telling her and apologizing for her sensitivity, for her empathy, for just knowing things. I was told those were my weaknesses, and so I hid them, probably like many of you. But fast forward a little bit, because something that I'm really proud of is that little girl grew up. My husband and I did something incredible. We built a 17-year business that went from 2 million to 10 million. And it was an incredible moment. And I was so blessed to do that with him. Until the company let us go in 2008. There I was again, at zero, floundering, rock bottom. And I would go on all these interviews, and darn it if I didn't keep getting second place. And I thought, I'm better than second place. How many of you feel I'm better than second place? I'm going to be in charge of my own ceiling. Nobody's going to give me a pink slip. So what did I do? I made a decision to join a network marketing journey. And you know what? I was good at it. They were putting me on stages. I earned 7 trips. I was making 5 figures a month. But there was still that little terrified girl that every time she stood up on stage, nobody knew she was terrified because I was waiting for somebody to step forward or whisper, "Who does she think she is?" And I found myself believing that. And I thought, how can you do that, Veronica? How can you hide? Because when you hide, other women can't see what you have to offer. When you hide, the women who are waiting for you to show up on their path can't find you. Does that resonate? It did for me too. I wanted to stop, but I couldn't until I was forced to. In that moment, I knew it was time for a business coach. Not a program, not a course, but a real coach. And that coach wanted $5,000 to help me succeed in my business, and she was good at it. But I only had $7,000 in my business bank account. And I thought, well, here we go. I'm writing that check. And I sat there in my office thinking, what the heck am I doing? Take a deep breath. Don't shake, put your name on it, seal it, stick it in the mail, run to the post office, down on the corner, the little blue box in the neighborhoods, throw it in there, walk back thinking, I really hope I didn't just make the biggest mistake of my life. The next day, I'm on the tennis court, and I rupture my Achilles. And you know what I thought that message was? You guessed it, the universe telling me, what did you just do? You made the biggest mistake of your life. Here's confirmation. And so what did I do? I called my business coach and I said, I've made a mistake. I now have to lay in my bed for 7 weeks. I'm facing surgery. I can't network. I can't go out and meet people. I can't build a business if I can't be seen. I have to lay in my bed for 7 weeks. I want my money back. And she said, now, Veronica, what kind of business coach would I be if I let you off the hook that easy? All of you coaches out there, remember that line. She didn't let my circumstances dictate my next move. And I'm grateful for that because she said, I'll let you think about it, and hung up. And I'm like, and here's the thing. I didn't tell my husband. Not because I thought he would say no to me, because I thought if he knew and I failed, it would confirm what I knew all along. I wasn't supposed to be doing this. So there I was, laying in my bed. Yes, I kept my business coach. Confirmation of the Achilles actually rupturing. But I had a chance to lay in that bed looking out the window of our dream home that we had just moved in. And I was like Snow White. Little animals would come down the ridge. Coyotes would come visit me, javelina, quail every morning. You could hear them doing their little morning. Antelope, squirrels playing, hummingbirds coming along. And about 3 weeks in, I was watching the hummingbird at a feeder. And it hit me, oh my God, this isn't the universe telling me I made the biggest mistake of my life. This was God giving me a chance to pause. That's when I learned the power of the pause. I built some of the most incredible strategy and business ideas laying in that bed for 7 weeks. I knew I was made for more, and I couldn't wait to get out of that bed to go show the world. And I decided in that moment, I didn't want to do network marketing anymore. It was time to do something new. So what did I do? I built my second company, and I created the Side Hustle Expert. Yes, before it was a thing. SHE. I couldn't have planned it better. It stood for she, and I thought, I'm meant to work with women. And can you believe the .com was available? SideHustleExpert.com. I sold that, by the way, later. It was a good business move. One of those 7-week strategies laying there with my foot up. I had a lot of fun building that company. It was right before COVID when the whole world shut down, and I was getting interviewed on Your View. Magazines were putting me in as articles for building a side hustle and turning it into a full-time gig. How fun it is to say, yeah, I got this side hustle thing and it's paying me 6 figures. That's what I was coaching women how to do. And as I was developing that and feeling I could step forward, there was still that small voice in my head, the one that kept saying, don't be too much, don't share too much, don't talk too much. Just like I was betraying that little girl with the books on her head. Fast forward a little bit further, and as I was doing all of that incredible business, I hired another business coach. And that coach helped me realize that the side hustle expert was done. And it was time to evolve and step into a new space of visibility. And in the middle of all of that, as I was growing this new chapter, my brother died. We went on a 10-month journey together going through that. Still hard, still fresh. But in those beautiful moments together, he would say to me, Veronica, when are you going to stop hiding behind all the things you do and the titles you give yourself and be Veronica Bond? He said, and this will stick with me because that cracked me open. I sat there and I was like, what do you mean be Veronica Bond? He said, you're here to do something amazing for women, create a platform for them, to raise their voices, to be seen, to know their value. Don't you remember what your name is? And this I carry with me every day. Your maiden name means lighthouse, and your married name means road to. You are the road to the lighthouse. You're not the lighthouse. You're the path that lights the way for other women to follow. So when are you going to do that bigger? How are you going to do that better? Because that's visibility. And I've realized if I can count on anybody, I can count on myself, right? Do you feel that? Amen. If I invest in myself, I'm going to win. If I can move myself forward, I'm going to win. And he knew that before me. I will always be grateful for those months with him that we had. I still feel him with us today. That was my turning point in visibility when I decided it was time to step forward and be Veronica Bond. That's when I decided that my mission mattered more than the fear I was going through. So let me tell you a little bit something about visibility. Real visibility creates 3 things: opportunity, trust, and legacy. And this is where it's important for every single one of you here today. Opportunity creates proximity, and proximity is what moves your revenue needle forward. It's what creates that network, like Calling Big says, builds your net worth. Opportunity is only discovered when you decide to be visible, when you decide to show up. So I'm going to give you a task right now, something you're going to love, because we're only at the end of Q1, so you've got a few months to go here to hit those goals in 2026. Get out your pen, paper, you all have a little note. And I want you to write down 3 people's names because this is important. Write down who your dream client could be. Second, write down somebody that you want to collaborate with. Third, write down the person whose orbit, this is a big deal, you want to find yourself in. Now circle your favorite one, because that's your proximity target this year. I want you to get visible in their world. Show up where they are. Find them on social media. Comment on their content. Share what they're telling everybody else they're doing. Because when you do that, you create visibility for yourself, which creates impact. And the next thing visibility creates is trust. Trust is a big deal. You know that. How you show up, how you're perceived, what your name says and your business says before you even walk into a room. And my question to you is it in alignment? Is your business card photo or that photo you have on your social media profile or on your website so old that you don't look anything like that person anymore? And you walk into a room and you're meeting somebody and they're going, I think I know you from somewhere. And then they go look you up and they're like, they don't match. So opportunity creates the moment you can be seen, and trust elevates you so you can be chosen. Because here's what I want you to know. You can't be picked for stages if nobody knows how to find you. You can't be asked to be in the media if you're hiding quietly behind something else. And your ideal aligned client can't find you if they don't know where you are. So create an opportunity target, build your visibility with trust and alignment, and you will be amazed how that one shift could do everything for you. And here's how I know. Back in April, so about a year ago, I decided to launch Be Visible with Veronica. It was part of the creation story that I had written down in that 7 weeks, a brainstorm I had had with my team, the conversation I had with my brother. I'm over there. And I was so excited. We were launching March 15th. We had the step and repeats done, all the marketing, everybody approved the name, the team, the podcast, the studio producing it for me. The party had 100 people registered to come. And the night before, I'm doing all the social media stuff. I'm excited, telling everybody about the launch. Don't forget to listen to the first episode. And my daughter-in-law, well, she's now my daughter-in-law, good thing, calls me and says, well, actually told my son, because they were married yet, and he calls me and he says, Mom, Abby wants to know if you meant to spell visible wrong. V-I-S-A-B-L-E on everything, the step and repeat, the marketing materials, the banner, the introducing the podcast on YouTube, on Buzzsprout, on Spotify, everywhere, social media, website. And I'm like, what the hell? Everybody looked at this for 6 weeks, including myself. And I'm like, panic, delete, like everywhere I could delete it. It's 11 o'clock at night. What am I going to do? The banner's done, everything's ready, the party's coming. Nobody saw it. And I thought, this is a moment to step into imperfect action. I'm going to put it all back on. I'm going to tell the story. And you know what? We launched that podcast. We launched that party. And it broke day one records for the studio. Nobody cared that it was wrong. Nobody brought it to mind. Like 3 more people said something. It's right over there, by the way. I often think I should bring the old one and cross out the A just for visibility purposes, right? So the thing that trust does
is it creates this beautiful trust triangle. When your message, your mission, and your marketing say the same thing about you. And in that moment, it elevated my trust. Even though silently I was thinking, I'm in marketing. Who's going to hire me now when I can't even spell my own damn podcast right? But we got through it, and we'll celebrate a 1-year anniversary on May 15th. So I'm really excited. So thank you. The piece for me that's really important here is it's better to show up imperfect than it is to show up not at all. Yes, to the echo over here. Absolutely. And that even goes to what Felicia said to me today. She's in the middle of a rebrand, and she said, should I put the banner up? Like, what do you? And I'm like, yes. It doesn't have to be perfect. Because when you show up in that imperfection, you give other women to do the same. And isn't that what we want to do? Create that trust factor that builds. And here's the piece that most people miss. Legacy. Not the performative kind, not the accolades, not the awards, but true legacy, your archive. What are people saying about you 5 years down the road after they've met you? What does all of your work and your impact say about you? That's your legacy. It reminds me of a story when a woman called me, and she met me about 3 years ago, and she said she'd gotten on my calendar. And I knew she sounded familiar, but she wasn't in my sphere. And she said, 3 years ago, when I heard you spoke about letting your light shine and stepping boldly and coming out of hiding and trusting what that I was building was heart-centered with passion and purpose. And I thought, wow, that was 3 years ago. You never know when you're planting a seed. You never know when that person will come and find you. But here's what you do need to know. They better find you. So how you're showing up across all of your platforms and all of your ways matters, because every conversation, every place you show up, every stage you're on, every webinar you do, every info session, every person you meet, every conversation you have creates that legacy visibility for you. Oh, we don't want to go there yet. We got to go backwards. Here we go. Wrong button. So when you do that, here's what happens to you. You elevate. You come into a new sphere, a new attitude. And that happened to me because a couple weeks ago, I was all excited sharing with my husband about a new client onboarded. We're very excited in what we're creating. And I shared the investment with him to move her forward and what we were doing. And we were at dinner, and he did this cute little smirk. We've been married 38 years. It's still cute. And he says, it's about time you recognize that your old ceiling is now your new floor. And I'm going to say that again because some of you need to hear that. And that applause was for you. But I'll say thank you, Teresa. Your ceiling is now your new floor. Who has goosebumps? Me too. Still. I want you to think about when you elevate to that higher altitude, you're not losing the skills that got you there. You're gaining capacity, gaining confidence. You're shining in a space that you hadn't done before. And let me tell you, the air's thinner up there. How many of you heard that before? And there's fewer people there. And it's really easy to step at the edge and look down and go, I think I'd be a little more comfortable back down there. I think I'm going to go there.
don't. Because the woman who is coming up behind you needs to know the path exists. They need to know that the air up there is breathable. They need to know that you're thriving in a place where they're only dreaming. Your ceiling is now your new floor. Think about that for a minute. What does that feel like? How do you make that adjustment in your business this weekend to adopt something like that? Can you imagine what that would feel like? That's pretty amazing, I think. And every single one of you in here needs to live this moment, because you need to give not just yourself permission to shine and be visible, but the women and men that you're working with to do the same. So let's talk about what that feels like a little bit, because getting visible doesn't mean showing up everywhere all the time in all the places across all the platforms. It means creating intentional visibility that is so aligned and so strategic that it puts you in the room where your opportunity target is, your proximity. It puts you in a place where others can find you, and it helps you show. So what does your visibility say about you right now? Is it saying, I'm ready to lead, or I'm not comfortable there, I'm going to stay over here and hide? Or is it saying, I have a big voice and a vision and a mission and I want to share it? Or is it more comfortable over here, waiting for somebody else to light the path for me? Because here's what I know for sure, after working with thousands of women in their visibility, after supporting them and growing their businesses and increasing their revenue and feeling their profits and being comfortable being them in their business, what we often think other people see is not what our prospects are seeing. And there's a visibility gap there. And let me tell you something. That visibility gap is leaking opportunity. And that's what you need to get in alignment for. So I'm inviting you over here. Let's figure out what your visibility says about you. You can scan this QR code, and it'll take you 3 minutes, and I want you guys to do this right now because this is important. Even if you're sitting there thinking, I already know what my visibility says about me, I'm not scanning that code. I don't want her to know what it says about me. Scan it anyway, because it will give you a really good look. And I'm going to give you a couple minutes because it'll take you 3 to fill it out. And it's quick, A, B, C, yes, no. And you're going to get a score. And guess what? That score and filling that code out will put you on a call with me for 30 minutes complimentary. And we'll go through your results together. And I will give you 1 to 3 ideas on how you can move your needle and visibility forward today. And if that's important to you, or you want to know how to do that, it's not a pitch. It's just a conversation. And if you don't love quizzes, that's okay too. I'll be right over there when we're done, and you can come and visit me. And you can tell me about your business and how I can support you. Because sometimes the biggest visibility move you can make is starting a conversation. Here's what I want you to know. Your visibility matters. Your mission matters. Your message matters. Not because you need to stand there and get applause, because the women waiting for you need permission and a path. You're their road to the lighthouse. That path lets them be seen. That path gives them permission to do the same. And that's important for every single one of you in this room. Be so visible, you can't be ignored. Thank you. Okay, I want a picture. Can we do that? Andrea, will you come take a picture? Okay, you guys ready? Look up and smile. Here we go. Yeah, that'll be fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Veronica. That was wonderful. And I love just so many of I took a lot of nuggets away from that. So I appreciate that. And I think a lot of us, especially as we're starting our journeys on our business, that visibility, that stepping out into the spotlight or stepping out and saying, hey, I'm doing this, can be intimidating. But when we lean into that uncomfortableness, like she was talking about, that's where we're going to make progress, and that's where we're going to start making a difference. And I love that she focused so much on forging that or setting that example for others to follow, because there's a lot of times, there's been many times in my business journey that I've thought, oh, I don't know if I can do this. But I've looked at other people and I'm like, well, if they can do it, or there's a YouTube video about it, I can do it. So I just really appreciate everything that you have said, Veronica. We are gonna have our next panel come up. So Tish Times, Karen Jones, Heather Ferrari, Christy, Bronwyn, Courtney, and Laura. If you want to come up to the stage, that would be fantastic. We'll welcome you up.
All right. Well, I think we're ready to get started. My name is Tish Times, and I am with these amazing women. And I invite you all to take a seat. I'm going to give you a moment to introduce yourself. Today, we're talking about asking for the sale. Who in the room has ever had a problem asking for the sale? I was about to say, if you don't raise your hand, I'm coming out there, because I know all of us have had that moment before. Is the mic not working? Oh, there we go. So I'm going to ask each one of you all to take 30 seconds and do a really quick introduction of yourself, and then we're going to dive into our panel. Why don't you start this way and go all the way down?
Hello, everyone. My name is Karen Jones. I'm a certified grief recovery specialist. And yes, you can recover from grief, but it doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering with the love without the pain and getting back into the life again by not being in overwhelm. And I support people through their grief to get on the other side of it so that their light can shine once again, once their love is still in their memory and moving forward.
Thank you. Give her a hand.
Hi, I'm Courtney. I am curious to know who all of you are a mom. Can I get just a show of hands? Oh, it just turned on. Is this still working? Okay, many moms. So I am an emotional mastery and self-trust coach for women and especially moms. For any of you who are feeling like you are rocking it in your career. You show up at work every day and you can do it with your eyes closed, your hands tied behind your back, but then you get home and feel like you're floundering and you feel like you desperately want, actually, you don't feel like you desperately want more sustainable energy and deeper connections with your kids and with your husband.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Lee, and I am a website designer and also Go High Level Specialist. I have a business with my daughter Jade called Elevate My CRM. Been in this business for 38 years in total, and really loving that I birthed and grew and nurtured my best business partner.
Love it.
I love that. We love Jade.
My name is Heather Ferrari. I'm with the Women 360. This is what our sisterhood feels like, and we would love for you to be a part of it.
Hi, I'm Laura Midoff, and I'm the founder of The Benefit Queen, a full-service insurance and financial agency, and then also the founder of Girlfriends Adventure Club. And we do a lot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bronwyn Davis. I would love to just see, by a show of hands, how many of you are coaches or health practitioners who really want to make an impact on their clients? Yeah, the majority of you. Have you also noticed how maybe they get stuck at times? Well, I work with coaches, health and wellness practitioners, and medical professionals to help them work with their clients to get unstuck. Thank you.
Love it so much. I'm excited to lead this panel. We have some phenomenal questions we're going to dive into. So I am the perfect person to work with these amazing women because of the business that I have. I own Tish Time Sales Agency, and we work with high-performing, high-impact, high-achieving women who are phenomenal at what they do and still sometimes struggle with asking for the sale. Still don't have all of their sales processes in place, so therefore they don't always ask for it. So my question to the room first is, why do you think it's so difficult to ask for the sale even when you know that you have the goods? I want you to just think about that for a second. What comes up for you? Why is it awkward? Why is it weird? And why do we sometimes even feel guilty for asking for the sale, right? So, Karen, since I have you right here beside me, why don't we start with you? What do you think is the biggest myth that people believe about asking for the sale, and how does that myth actually hurt their results?
I think the myth revolves around really not trusting yourself. So you have to believe in the outcomes that you provide when you're talking to your potential clients. If you don't believe in yourself, you're not going to be able to get them to believe in you. So you have to stand in your own power and know the outcomes that you're going to create, and to be prepared to talk about your outcomes in a way that can compel them to be interested in wanting to work with you, and not to believe in their limitations when they bring them up, their limitations. You have to believe in their ability to get to your outcome more than they can possibly see in that moment.
Love it. So although it would make the most sense to go straight down, I actually am going to jump around because I think there's an opportunity for us to tap into each person's genius zone. So Laura, I'm going to ask you a different question. At what moment do you think in a conversation is the best time to ask someone for the sale?
I don't think there's a perfect time. I think there are definitely signals that will take place in that conversation. It's very authentic. And it's in that moment when you're looking at their nonverbals, their body position, their hands are open, they're not crossed, they have good eye contact with you, they're nodding. But it's some of the things that they say, such as, wow, that sounds so great. That sounds so perfect for me. How do I get started? I want more information. So that's at that very moment when we stop and we take a pause and we stop explaining and we lead them into a recommendation.
First of all, you're my girl. Because the thing is, we miss buying signals all the time. I literally had a conversation with someone and I had to tell her, stop selling. I'm ready to buy. Will you please take my money? And frequently we miss those signals. So hear what she just said. All right, I'm gonna ask, well, good thing you have the mic, because I was gonna ask you that very same question. And because of what you do is a little bit different, do you find there's opportunities to ask for the sale or to invite someone in is even a better way to say that, that's different for you?
I don't think it's necessarily different, so I'm actually going to add on because what you said is wonderful, and definitely we want to hear that. I think oftentimes our biggest misconception about the sale is that the sale comes when it's asked. The sale comes at the awareness part of the customer journey. It comes from the awareness, it starts at the awareness, and then what we do, how we make them feel, how we bring them in. Anyone who knows me knows I love metaphors. So think about a zipper. We don't start at the bottom and then go to the top. We connect at every tooth of that zipper for a complete, secure experience. And that's what sales is as well. We are starting at the very bottom and we are connecting and connecting and connecting. So when we get to the top, it is a firm, easy to understand solution and they are ready to go.
Okay. Okay, so Christy, let me ask you, have you ever lost a sale because you didn't ask directly for the business when the opportunity came?
Oh, God, absolutely. I think we all have. When you first start out, you're just kind of making your way and trying to feel what feels right. But what I was really blessed to find 15, 16 years ago, I used to always think people have either got to be born with natural sales ability or not. And maybe I'm one of those or not people. But what I found is that I had a great coach way back in the day who taught me that there is a sales system. And so let me give you an example, quick analogy. So imagine you're all on your very first date, the anticipation of meeting somebody brand new. You sit down at the restaurant, 5 minutes in, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, you're perfect for me, Andy. Will you marry me?" What do you feel? Ick. What the heck is happening? Now what do I do? Change my phone, change my address, change everything, get off social. But fast forward, same scenario. You meet that night for dinner, things start going well. 2 years down the road, now you've established rapport. Now you found out all their good, bad, and ugly, and they found out yours, and you're still in love. And he says, "You're the one for me. Will you marry me?" We're jumping for joy, right? It's the same in sales. If you ask the wrong thing at the wrong time, ick, right? That's what it is for me.
Love that. If you'll pass that down to Bronwyn. And I love it because I literally wrote the book called Networking is Not a One-Night Stand. For that very reason, it's like sometimes we ask too soon. Bronwyn?
Yes.
So the question for you is, for people who feel uncomfortable in sales, what mindset shift helps them to realize that asking for the sale is literally serving the customer?
Yes, I would say the mindset shift is that sales is actually an act of love.
Ooh, wait a minute, hold on a minute. Can you say that one more time, please?
Sales is actually an act of love.
Yes.
The majority of us in the room are some sort of a coach, health and wellness practitioner who wants to serve. And those coming to us are coming because something feels off, or so they just need some guidance. And so they come to you, they're vulnerable, they have an open heart, they're wanting your expertise. And when we don't walk across the threshold and ask them for the sale, we're leaving them out on the road continuing to bleed out. So I see it as such love. We have to ask for the sale because we are service-based and love the people who come to us.
I love it, love it, love it, love it. Courtney, you're up. What's the difference, in your opinion, between confidence and pressure when it comes to asking for the sale?
I love this question so much. So I look at confidence versus pressure as a mentality thing, right? So if you're confident in your sales, you're coming from a place of abundance rather than a place of lack. When you're in a place of pushy and feeling pressured, it's like you need the sale, right? You have to get the sale, and it's coming from this lack mentality. I'm actually going to lead into one of your next questions if you're okay with it, because one of my top things that I love to do before entering any kind of sales conversation is to get grounded in myself. Where am I in this process? Where am I coming from? Am I coming from, oh my God, I need the money? Or am I coming from I want to serve this person. I want to make sure I'm of service to this person.
I love it. So you took me there, so now I have to go. And I'll tell you a little bit about my story to kind of open this question up. I learned about myself really early on that I had issues. If you read my chapter in Six Figure Chicks, Phoenix Volume 2, you'll hear about my story with financial anxiety. And so early in my sales career, I had to figure out how to deal with that so that I wasn't asking for a sale based on my need instead of the client's really being able to serve the client, right? So can we talk a little bit about where does that come from when we're in that place of scarcity, when we're in that place of fear, or maybe even something else? Has there ever been a time, I'm gonna ask each one of you all to very quickly just share with me, what has been your experience when you've been very clear that the sale wasn't about the client, it was about yourself? So why don't we start here? And I'm going to ask you all to go all the way down. And if you feel like it doesn't apply to you, that's okay. Do you need me to clarify? Okay, the question is, have you ever had a time when you were selling and you were very clear, maybe then, maybe later, that the sale was not about the clients getting what they need, it was about you getting the money to make payroll, about you meeting a need that you might need to have, or maybe just about scarcity that you were dealing with? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had this happen many times. I think many of us have, right? Where, especially when you're early on in your sales learning process. For me, it always happens after the fact, or it has in the past, of like, oh crap, I was not in service to my potential client here, right? I was very in my head. I was feeling very pressured. I would not pay attention to the body language, the cues that we spoke of earlier, right? Being very much about me. And so that feels, in my body, I'm all about the embodiment piece, right? That feels very uneasy. It feels anxious, like you said. It feels like a racing heart. It feels like I can't stop thinking about what the next thing to say is, instead of being present in the moment and paying attention to what this person that I'm talking to is actually communicating to me.
Very good. Sit down if you would.
For me, I had learned years and years ago that it's, again, that you don't have to be born with sales skills. It is something that can be learned and duplicated. And it's a 9-step process that I go through. And I know that if I'm doing right by the person, not by me, not by, oh, I've got to make the sale because I've got to pay a bill, it's being right for the person and listening and cluing into what they need. Part of that 9 steps is assessing their needs. If you skip over that step and you just try and go straight to asking for a sale, then that's when you start getting off kilter and you wonder, what just happened? I thought they were interested. They expressed that they wanted me to call them, and it's because you have to get the focus off of you and completely put yourself in that person's space and actively listen. What are they saying they need for themselves, their business, their family? And then it will, that if you follow this system, then all your job that is to do is to follow that system, and then that person can make that decision. That's it.
Thank you.
I really love everything that you guys have said is so true with that active listening, the problem solution alignment.
But if you're sitting here hearing us and saying, okay, I hear you, but there's still a reality to my situation, then I would say, hold on to this mindset. We've all heard the saying, 2 birds for the price of 1. Understand and view that sale as 2, because the experience they're going to have with you are going to lead to more and more sales. So take a breath. Trust that if we lead with conviction and not, as Lainey Martin says, commission breath, which I think that's a great saying, commission breath.
Yes.
Lead with conviction and trust the process, that one amazing customer experience that they have with you is going to lead to 2, 3, 4, 5 sales, and everything's going to be okay.
Laura?
I think when we are focused on ourselves versus on our future client, it's almost like this desperation, and it's this ick. It's like a really bad date, somebody was mentioning, and you can't shake them. And so what ends up happening is sometimes it's the wrong client, and you're stuck with them. So getting more focused on being centered in how you can be of service to your future client, because that may not be the right client for you, but at least you're empowered to make that decision, and then you could move forward or you could move on. So, yeah, we don't want to have any more bad dates.
I love that. That's so good. Bronwyn.
I love what everyone just said. And I would add, when I first started Conscious Ketamine Coaching Academy, I've been in the space now almost 5 years. 5 years ago, no one was talking about therapeutic ketamine in the way they are now. So I felt like I needed to over-explain and over-educate so it was more of me doing the talking than me listening. And when I made that switch to listening to what they were asking, because they came to me and they were curious. So as they were curious, then I would share with them what it is they wanted to know. Then I started noticing there's this point in the conversation where they went from curious to vulnerable. And when they made that flip, I knew that was the time to go in and share with them more about the program and the pricing and everything else and asking for the sale. Because when they're curious, it allows us to share. But the moment they get vulnerable, they've just opened their heart to you. And if we're not listening to that cue, then we've lost it. We've missed the boat. So being open to listening to when they get vulnerable and tell us where they're coming from, that's the time that you and me as heart-based people can really connect on a deep level, and then they're gonna want you along with them side by side every step of the way.
I love that so much. I love what every single person said. This is the thing, when we're really focused on ourselves, we'll miss the opportunity to be a blessing to somebody. Because you said, and I heard it earlier, and it's something I say to myself often, is that really sales, we say money, but selling is our way of giving love. Because we're giving people opportunities, but when we're first focused on ourselves, gonna miss the opportunity, because when they're being vulnerable, we're in our head thinking about, what do I say next? What do I say next? So in this world when everything moves so fast, right? You're on social and the posts go faster than you can keep up with. How do you build trust in this fast-paced marketplace that we all dwell in? What are some of the things that you're able to do to cause people to say, I want more? They're able to lean in a little bit and they're saying, I want to know more about you, even though you're in the midst of all of these other voices that are also loud in the marketplace. Bronwyn, and then you can pass it back down.
I would say the biggest thing is being authentic, really being truthful and honest with where you've been, and share your story, because I think people can smell inauthenticity from a mile away. So if you're trying to be someone you're not, or you're trying to pose yourself, they're gonna know it. So just by showing up authentic and real and knowing that we all struggle at times, it took me a while to learn how to share my story, because being a high performance coach, I put on the air that I had everything under control because I was coaching very high level people. Yet the moment I dropped into vulnerability and authenticity is when people leaned in and said, wow, if you can be vulnerable and open about where you've been. I feel like the mental health and the mental wellness revolution, it starts and ends with us being truthful and being authentic. So I just, encourage everyone to share your story.
Right. Thank you.
I think that finding some commonality with the person that I'm talking to, getting to know them. I think everybody wants to feel seen and heard. And when you share something in common with your prospective client, that builds trust. But most importantly, one of the key skills is listening, active listening, and repeating back so that they feel like, wow, she really understood me. She heard me. She's identified what some of my problems are. And giving some, maybe thoughtful advice free. Sometimes we don't do that in sales, right? So giving something back without nothing in return builds that common trust.
Thank you. Heather?
I love those. And so I'm going to say something different since you guys covered that so well. Let's think strategic. Let's put it into a 3-point framework, and let's use music. When are we prepared? Do we know our song when we get that opportunity? Are we clearly defining our value proposition? Are we leading with integrity? Framework 2, are they hearing our song? Are they giving us those signs that you guys are talking about of, oh, I felt that way before. Yes, I need this. And if you're hearing that, then ask them, are they ready to go on stage? Are they ready to make the next move? You've brought them to a place where they have been able to really identify what the issue is in getting from place A to place B, and that working with you is going to be the gap. So bring them there. Help them out. Don't be the guy in the grocery store who's like, yeah, it's over there. Walk them down the aisle, show them on the shelf, and then walk with them to the cash register. Be there for them.
Perfect. Actually, I'm going to push it over to Karen because I want to make sure, we're almost out of time. I want to make sure I hear her answer on this.
Thank you. Around building trust, it's critical, absolutely critical. I work with grief and grief recovery, and no one wants to work with someone to share something that's so tender than dealing with their grief and their loss if they don't trust me. And so it's really important to me when I talk to my potential clients to let them be seen and heard. I think Laura mentioned that a little bit, but it's important how to do that using questions, not statements. When you use statements, then you close the loop. I ask probing questions about what are you really feeling? How are you feeling lost right now? How is your life empty? And then you reflect back what they've said so they feel seen and heard. And then moving on through the sales process to share with them my story in a very vulnerable way so that they can trust, okay, she's been through it too. I want to trust her that she can take me to the other side of this difficult place. And so it's about building trust by using probing questions, reflecting back what you've heard from them so they feel seen and heard. And then at the close of sale, something we haven't covered yet, but I think since we're out of time, is about asking for the sale. So one of my lines that I like to use, not line, but a phrase is, so are you ready here about how we can make this happen? It's an invitation. It's not a push. It's a pull. And if they say no, then that's fine. I'm not going to push anything. I listen deeply when people speak. And so it's just about being sensitive to what they're saying and listening. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so do more listening than speaking.
Love it. So in our last couple of moments, I just want you all to give me one word that would help someone adopt one habit. Maybe you said authenticity, maybe it's something else that could help them to ask for a sale in a way that feels natural and easy and not forced and not rushed. What's one word that you would leave with the audience?
I just give a phrase, so I'll say invite.
Love it.
It's difficult to come up with just one word, but I'm going to go with self-trust.
Service. Alignment.
A recommendation.
I would say love.
Love it so much. Thank you so much. Do we have time for questions? Okay, very good. I find that many times people don't ask for the sale, or they don't have sales conversations, period, because they don't always know what to say. One of the things that I left for you all in your goodie bag is an objection reframe guide. So if you're like, I don't know what to say if they say this, I have you covered. And then the anti-script cheat sheet. So you have some things to also say, because frequently we don't ask because we're like, well, what if they say this? Or I don't know what to say. I want to take a few questions from the audience. And if you have somebody specific you want to ask, then please do it. If not, we'll just...
Any one of you would be fine. So we've talked a lot about mindset and like scarcity mindset and that sort of thing, or like what happens if they say this? What if you are a person that is more like, well, what happens if they say yes? Because you're coming from the standpoint of, if they say yes, you have to fulfill it.
So good. Okay, Courtney. Pass it over to Courtney.
I was going to say, first off, great question.
Yeah.
And that does happen. Sometimes it's like, wow, okay, yay, let's go. But I love what you said about how it's all coming from that same place of fear, whether they say yes or no. But when they say yes, that truly is your moment to open up your heart and shine and be vulnerable and authentic. And you know, what you were saying, but then we have to show up and deliver. Well, then when you deliver it with the most pride and confidence and shine. You get to shine. This is your moment because they've chosen you. They've chosen specifically you. Not someone else in the room, you. So you can feel very, very proud about that, as well as this is your moment to shine, not to hide.
Love that. Thank you. Can you hand it to Courtney? And you know what's interesting? That's a bandwidth question also. Because frequently we're asking for things we don't actually have the space in our business, in our lives to be able to fulfill. So that's an important planning question, sales planning question as well. Courtney.
I love this question because it speaks to the idea that we need to have belief in ourself, right? If this person is saying yes to you, like Bronwyn, I'm going to echo what she said, they're saying yes because they like what you have to say, they like what you have to offer, they believe in you, and they're saying yes because you truly believed in yourself first. They would pick up on it if you didn't, and they wouldn't believe in you, right? Does that make sense? So really honoring the fact that you believe in yourself, believing that belief. That's a lot of beliefs, but that's what's coming through right now. It's like belief, like there's a belief there.
I know we have another question. Okay.
Hi, I'm Lori Potts. I am a career coach, confidence coach, and corporate trainer. So my question, I'm curious from each of you, since you all do some form of coaching or training, what are your thoughts on pre-qualifying someone to make sure they have the funds before you even get on a sales call? I hear some people, some marketers say yes, some say no. Some people believe that, once they feel your energy, then they'll figure out how to get the funds. So I'm curious.
I'll take that one. So the question was pre-qualifying them if they don't have the money to pay for your services. I believe that when people need what you have to offer, they will find the funds to do it. So sometimes they have limitations. They may have a difficult financial situation, but when you know better than they do that you can get them there, they can't see the vision of where you're going to take them. It's up to us to let them know what we can do for them and help them see that vision, and then they can find the money. I never believe when they give limitations, I don't believe them, and I help them see what I can offer them.
Laura?
With my financial and insurance agency, we have a range of products, so there's different price points. And that's where asking questions is a very important skill set. And even if they don't have the money at that moment, there's still a way to be of service. And by giving back, you just never know who they're going to introduce you to. So I don't ever think, oh, I'm wasting my time. Because that person could lead to, well, I've had that happen multiple times, where that person has led to multiple clients that are in the high net worth that I work with.
I definitely believe in all of what you all said. I fully agree with. And I believe that having a solid qualification process helps you to make sure that you're in front of the right person. So your qualification questions should either very quickly identify if they're an ideal client or very quickly let you know that they're probably not the ideal client right now or for the process, the program or the services that you're offering. But I think if you have the right types of questions, it's really like in the first few moments you should know if they're the right client for you, and if not, what else might you be able to maybe refer them to or invite them to? And we have one more question or another question. Okay, back here. Do you have a microphone? Yes.
I'm going to kind of flip the script based on what Tish just said. So what if you do your discovery, you do your intake, and you really feel like the client is not a good fit, but they want you and they have the money. That's not the issue. What have you experienced, or how have you let them down in the past? And just kind of give me some feedback, because I've done this. I've taken on a client who wanted to give me the money, and I knew I could help them, but there was issues.
Okay, I'm gonna give you all a second, but let me come around here and talk to you for a second. Because I literally had a client that I was counting down the days for their contract to be complete. Because I invited in a client because they had the capacity, they were ready, and I won't say I hated, but I didn't enjoy that entire contract. So it is important that you're clear on your ideal client, so clear that you're able and willing to say thank you, but no thank you, and have partners in place that might be a better fit that you can refer them to. So you don't want to just leave them out there, but you're not the right fit. Don't force a fit that is not a fit. That's what I would say.
I 1000% agree. So in addition to the Women 360, I also do private business coaching, and I have the intake interview, basically seeing if I'm the right fit for them and they're the right fit for me. And there have absolutely been times where I know that it's not going to be a good fit. And that is when integrity comes into the picture. So I am not the right fit. I am not going to take your money, but I have a solution for you over there.
Girl, you just said, look, did you hear what she just said? It is an integrity issue when we take a client that is not for us. That's a scarcity move right there. Yeah. That is a scarcity move. And how do I know it? Because I've been there before. Yeah. Not anymore, but I've been there before, and that's not a move that we want to make at the level of business that we want to be at, how we want to serve. That's not what we want. All right, we had another question, I believe. Yes. Do you have a microphone?
Yes, I do. And it's for anyone. In your business, what has been important
or what has worked best when it comes for sales, word of mouth or advertising, and how?
That's a really good question. I'm at a place right now with my company, The Benefit Queen, which started in 2012, and it is all word of mouth. And that is the best place to be because I'm not having to work spending time doing social media and spending money on advertising. So that's the place that you'd want to desire to get to. And it may take some time, but always ask for referrals.
Wonderful.
So, word of mouth referrals trump advertising all day long.
All day.
All day. In fact, today I have several students from the academy who are here. I'd love for you to stand up, and clients that I've worked with, you know, all day long. They're like a mini sales force for you because they're going to be speaking from their heart. They're going to be sharing what it's like to actually work with you. And I'm so proud of every single person who's in this room who is either a student or a client. And they know that how much I love them and they love me. And it just becomes this beautiful exchange. So referrals all day long.
I firmly agree, saying we have several clients in the room. I love it so much. We're out of time, unfortunately. But I hope that something you heard today you can put into practice. I really encourage you to spend a few moments with these phenomenal women, get to know them, get to know their business, and even what we talked about today, how they might be able to help you to get more clients in your business. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. That was really awesome. And I love all the time that we had for asking questions and getting those answers. So thank you so much. We're going to take a break. But first I want to acknowledge Cheryl James. She came up with the brilliant idea of having an energy drink sponsor so that we could have a little boost. So Miss Cheryl, where are you? Where is she? Oh, there she is. She's waving in the back. Thank you so much for our energy boost because we all need it. So that's fantastic. So we're going to go for a break. Be sure to trade your spots because we're going to come back and we will be doing another roundtable at the end. Yes. Oh, okay. Also, Heather would like the Women 360 members to come back to the step and repeat and have a group picture taken. All right, ladies, can you please finish up your conversations and grab a seat? We are getting ready to start our last session of the day. Ladies, Chris wants to do an air horn to get your attention. I'm trying to save you from that. Okay. Shh. Okay, ladies, can you please find a seat? We have a couple more fabulous speakers and another round table before we finish off the day with the raffles and the champagne ball. So go ahead and take a seat, please. All righty. Thank you, ladies. So now we have Felicia Searcy. After a challenging early life, she shifted in her early 20s when she discovered spiritual law. Ladies, shh. Thank you. A turning point that transformed how she saw herself and the world. This awakening led her to become an ordained minister, where she has spent over 15 years teaching universal principles, and leading a thriving spiritual community. Let's welcome to the stage Felicia Searcy.
So I believe that universal law works to create what it is that you would love. I just don't always believe it works for me. In fact, there are those moments when I'll see somebody else crushing it, doing something that I have worked really hard at, and it just eluded me. And there's this human voice that just rears up and kind of wishes they'd fall flat on their face. Now, do not raise your hand at that one, but maybe give me a wink or a nod just to know I'm not the only one in the room that has that voice. Yeah, thank you. Here's what I know in those moments. In those moments, I forgot that success is not luck and it's not for the chosen few. It follows a spiritual code. And that when we understand this code and we apply it consistently, we truly do create the kind of life where several times a day we hear ourselves saying, oh my God, I love my life. Now, those of us in this room, we know parts of the code. All of us have a sense or an understanding that we need to visualize what we would love, correct? We understand the law of visualization. And we also know about raising our vibration to become a match for what we want. But what I have come to discover over my over 40 years of this work, studying, observing, learning, applying, and working with thousands of people around the world, is that that's part of it. It's incomplete. We're missing the subtler, nuanced pieces that allows us from creating a good life to an off-the-chart, amazing life. When I look at my own life and I look at things, how when I started my business, I 10x'd my income in 3 to 4 years. I've been able to contribute tens of thousands of dollars to charities that are doing really good work. And my husband retired 7 years early. I worked fully with the code. And then when I look at those times when not so much, I was missing pieces. You know, think of it this way. You have a combination lock. When you have a lock, you have to have all the numbers. I've got 3 of the numbers here. It won't open. We got to have the full code in order to unlock what's on the other side of the lock. It doesn't matter how well you know those other numbers. If you don't have all the numbers, it doesn't work. This is the reason why, and I'm really excited about introducing this work here. This is not new work. It's just landed in a whole new way for me. There's a new iteration that's come about. And I have created the Human Success Code, where I have taken the over 40 years of my work in this arena, and I have put together a step-by-step, simple, not easy, comprehensive code that when you understand it, it not only unlocks like the surface things that you want, but it goes deep and it fundamentally unlocks everything that you desire. So you all are my virgin initiation of taking, again, just my entire career of what I've done and really culminating it in this legacy of my Human Success Code. So let me share with you Julie's story. When I met Julie, Julie's a rock star direct sales business owner. She has been held up as an example. She bought her dream house. She put her kids through college. But when I met her, she came up and she said her affirmations and looked at her vision board. And when I met her, the first words that she said to me when she came up to me was that, I'm done. Julie was exhausted. That she did the things she was supposed to do, but she did it and she created success in a way that all the other areas of her life suffered. And so she was ready to walk away. She was ready to walk away from what she was doing. And what she talked about is how she really wanted to be an adventure grandmother. But she loved what she was doing and she didn't want to stop it. So when we got going, one of the things that we looked at, she knew how to visualize and she knew how to raise her vibration. But the thing that was missing was the key of circulation. So I have come up with 7, again, this is new, so y'all hang with me as I'm working this out here, right? It's not pretty, but you're getting the message. That I've identified 7 non-negotiable keys that have to be fully implemented. And the key that was missing for her was the key of circulation. Now, it's not that she was not a giver. Julie is a beautiful giver, but what was missing was the nuance of learning how to receive. Julie did not know how to receive her good. She knew how to make it happen. She knew how to get out there and push energy. I call it pushing the river. She had no idea how to open up and allow the good to come to her. And when we worked on that one key, it unlocked everything for Julie. Today, she works 3 days a week, and she's adventure grandmother 4 days a week. Her desire was to maintain her income. Julie didn't maintain her income. She increased it by 40%. Exactly. That's what the code does. And here's the thing, she's taking weeks with her husband exploring all the national parks and really coming to know her grandkids at a level that they are going to have memories and legacy live on. Her legacy is going to live on through her grandkids because she's learned how to crack the code. Crack the code, change your life. So the question for you may be, so how do I know? Number one, what are the keys? Like I said, this is new. So there are the keys. How do you know which key may be missing or maybe just underdeveloped? Well, I've got some good news. I have developed the Human Success Code quiz. And you've got a little brochure on your table that as you work through it, it's less than 5 minutes. And I had a couple people here that already took it and they were like, oh my God, this is really good. It is good. I'm really proud of this work. I've come to this by a very long journey to be able to share this with you. When you take the quiz, it's going to help you identify which key may be the one that's asking attention from you. And so when you take the quiz, you'll identify the missing or underdeveloped key, and then you'll get a series of emails to help you understand what it means. What does it mean to not have that key fully developed, and what does it look like to start developing that key? The other thing that I have is a raffle at my table where I'm getting ready to kick off another 7-week intensive, the Human Success Code Intensive, where we're really going to dig deep into these 7 codes and how it applies to your life so you can have what's on the other side of that lock. I'm also giving away a pink, what is that, a Michael Kors? Oh, thank you, Veronica. A Michael Kors purse. Crack the code, fill the purse. Come put your business card in the container there. And with that course that you win, you get 2 tickets to my 3-day intensive in Tucson, April 30th, May 1st and 2nd, where we're gonna really dig deep into the spiritual connection between you, life force energy, your vision, and how to really tap into it with the code. So I know I'm fast. I still got a minute left, but let me wrap up with this. You're meant to thrive. Every single one of us knows that in this room. We've been hearing that all day from just amazing, beautiful speakers. And you would not be in this room if you have not already created an amazing life. But here's the thing, life's not done with you yet. There's more. There's more seeking to express through you and by means of you. Allow me to help you crack that code so you can be living the life that you were put here to live in order for you to be able to make the impact that you are created to make. Crack the code, change your life. Come see me. Let's get you going. God bless.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Cam, where are you? Have you sold all of your cake pops? Okay, she's got a few left, so we need to make sure that she leaves this empty-handed and her wallet full so that she can also contribute to the House of Refuge. And we're just so grateful to be able to have a whole range of ages and spaces that you are on your journey and the expertise that we can offer each other. And I hope that you feel that in the room today. I hope that you feel that you are supported and that you can turn to your neighbor and ask for help, because we all need help no matter what stage we're in. So our final speaker today is Miss Susie Pruden. Susie is an internationally acclaimed speaker, New York Times bestselling author, a pioneer in personal transformation. Known for her work in mindset, body awareness, and behavior change, she has been recognized by leaders like Oprah Winfrey, Deepak Chopra, and Louise Hay for her powerful, practical approach. As a publisher and creator of the Itty Bitty book series, Susie helps entrepreneurs speak and thought leaders clarify and amplify their message in a way that establishes them as experts in their field. How many of you want to be known as the expert in your field? Yes, okay, perfect. Blending decades of experience in publishing, coaching, and personal development, she brings out the core message and the inner drive that make each voice unique. Her work is simple, powerful, and designed to help others share their message with clarity, confidence, and lasting impact. Let's welcome Susie to the stage.
I think I've worn heels, I think this is my 5th time since COVID. You know, women are really ridiculous. We wear these are very low. I'm practicing, I'm going to get better. Women are crazy. We wear these ridiculous shoes that hurt. And they're beautiful. So a friend of mine told me that earrings are the new shoes during COVID. I have so many things to tell you. First, Catherine, I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's an honor to be on your stage. I know many people apply to be on your stage, and so thank you. And I want to compliment you. Last year, how many of you were here last year? And I told you all to shut up? Well, today, as I'm sitting in the audience, except that some of you are still talking, as I'm sitting in the audience, what I realized was you all are quiet. So I just want to compliment you. Give yourself a round of applause, because it makes a difference. It makes a difference for the speaker, and it makes a difference for the people around you. I was having a conversation with Kim Yancey last summer. Oh, wait, I'm going to back up a minute. Somebody asked me recently, what's it like after you... I'm 82. So I have no problem telling you what to do, and sometimes I have no problem telling you where to go. But when you become 80 and then 82, memories pop up. It's fascinating. All of a sudden, you'll be in a conversation, and then, poof, a memory that you hadn't thought of sometimes for 40 years. So I was having a conversation with Kim Yancey, who's the co-founder of eWomen Network. And we were talking about the presentation that I was going to be giving. And he said to me, "You're the real deal, aren't you, Susie?" I said, "Yes." Poof. There was a memory, which I had not thought of in 40 some odd years. It was 1966. I'm going to back up again. When I went into physical fitness, teaching fitness in New York City in 1965, I was 22. Yes, I've been in business for 63 years. 64 years now. I am the daughter of Bonnie Pruden, who was the nation's foremost fitness authority. She was very well known. And I took her name. Now, I didn't know this. Veronica nailed it when she said visibility. If people don't know who you are, why should they call you? So my attitude is, it's not who you know, it's who knows you. So this is 1965. I started my business. In 1966, I got a call from ABC. And they asked me to come down to the ABC studio to do a radio interview. They knew who I was. I didn't know anybody at ABC. So I went down there, and the woman who came out of the recording room reached her hand out and said, "Hello, I'm Barbara Walters." That was my second interview ever. So I didn't know anybody at ABC, but they knew me. When I started my fitness program in New York, I specialized in 2-year-olds. This is before Gymboree, this is before Mommy and Me, this is before. It was 1968 when I started. And it grew. And eventually I had an East Side office, a West Side office, a summer camp in East Hampton, Long Island. I didn't know anybody at William Morrow Publishing, but they knew me. And I met, would you guys stop talking? Thank you. As I said, I don't mind telling people what to do. When you get to be 82, you can do that too. Because it's rude. So I met an editor from William Morrow at this cocktail party in East Hampton, Long Island. I told her all about a book I wanted to write on toddler fitness. They bought the book. I don't think they bought the book. I think they bought my name. That came out in 1972. I didn't know anybody at CBS, but they knew me. And a show called me. It was called that's another one. The Patchwork Family. It was a children's show, Saturday mornings. Would you like to come down and do a segment? Bring your kids. I said yes. I had that job for 1.5 years. So think about all the things that you do that get you known. You have to be known for people to call you. I didn't know anybody at Newsweek, but they knew me. I got a call from Newsweek. They wanted to do a pilot. No, that wasn't it. They wanted to do an article. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my opportunities. They wanted to do an article on fitness. I didn't know anybody at Newsweek. They knew me. When the article came out, there were 3 lines. That's all, just 3 lines. Somebody at NBC saw it. They called me. I didn't know anybody at NBC, but they knew me. They wanted to do a pilot with Dr. Frank Field on health and wellness. We did the pilot. Nobody took it up, but another producer at NBC called me. We'd like you to come down and do a 7-minute on a show that we're doing, your fitness program, live television, 7 minutes. That's a big deal. I had that job for 3.5 years. And I used to call my producer. How many of you call people and then that you want something from and then you stop? You don't want to bother them. Bother them. Bother them gently, nicely. But if they don't know who you are and you're not top of mind, when they think of something that they want to do, if they don't remember you, they're not going to call you. I had a producer at NBC. I called him almost every week. Larry, I've got a great idea. It's always about me. I wanted to do a TV show. I would tell him the idea. He would always say, "Thank you, Susie. That's a very good idea. We're not ready for it yet." And then one day, Larry called me, offered me my own talk show every morning, 6:30, before the Today Show on NBC, my own half-hour talk show. I didn't know anybody at the Today Show, but they knew me. And they called me. and I became the on-camera fitness reporter for the Today Show. So think about, what do you dream about having? What do you want? It's not about you finding out who the person is and calling them. Allow them to find out who you are. Veronica was absolutely right. If you're not visible, nobody knows who you are, where you are, what you do. And be bodacious, as Mark Victor Hansen says. Let everybody know who you are, what you do, and how you do it. So they want to call you and say, would you come on my show? Would you speak at my event? Wouldn't you like that? Yeah, it's possible. So my company now, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I was in fitness for 18 years. Then I did body mind technology with Louise Hay. Then I did hypnosis. Then I did coaching. And then my sister and I came up with a truly brilliant idea, Itty Bitty Publishing. Small books that make a big difference. No story. Pause. No story. It's all about the experts, expertise, what you need to know. The book is a marketing tool. It introduces you to the world. When my book came out in 1972 on children's fitness, CBS called me. When the article came out in Newsweek, NBC called me. When the articles came out in the New York Times, I went in my first year in business from 10 students on the Upper West Side. I was interviewed by the Times, 3/4 page, 3 pictures, came out on a Thursday. Monday morning, I had 75 students. Every single one of you can call up the newspaper and be an interesting story. Every single one of you can contact the radio shows. They're looking for you. Podcasts are looking for you. Magazines, newspapers, they're looking for you. Online, offline, conferences, they're looking for you. But if they don't know who you are, how are they going to reach you? It's not who you know, it's who knows you. When my sister and I started Itty Bitty, we looked at it as an opportunity for experts to be known. And I'll show you a few things here to give you an example. I mentioned this at my table earlier. This is Jenny Harkler wrote. She wrote a book on healing, how to stay healthy. Not how to get well, how to stay healthy. She took this idea to insurance companies. She said, your clients need my book. You want them to stay healthy. It's a $8.99 book, a $2.99 digital. They're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars when people get sick. It was an investment that was worth it to them. Jenny told me the first order was $100,000. This gentleman, Anthony Camacho, he wrote a book on sales. He was going through a really nasty divorce, and he was having a rough time. It was his second divorce, 3 kids, paying for all those kids as a sales coach, making $100,000 a year. He wrote this book, used it as his marketing tool, and grew his company from $100,000 to $750,000 a year. Traveled all over the world teaching sales. How many of you would like to increase your income that way? Anybody? Yeah? So, this is a great story. Now, this is not a political moment, but I am going to mention a political figure. So, Bronwyn wrote a book on finance, and she was invited to a book signing with Nancy Pelosi. And her roommate said to her, why don't you take your book and get it, as a joke, and get it signed, and sign it for Nancy? So Bronwyn did. I have pictures of Nancy signing her book to Bronwyn, Bronwyn signing her book to Nancy. And what could you do with pictures like that? You put it on your website, you talk about it wherever you go. It's a perk. It shows people you are somebody, Writing a book positions you as a somebody. This is a great story. Pam Hoffman. She wrote a book on space. Now, I'm probably not going to travel into space. Many of you, most of you probably are not going to travel into space. But your kids are going to travel into space. So she went to the Boys and Girls Club and said, you need to buy my book. There are 4 million kids in the Boys and Girls Club of America. You need to have me speaking at all your clubs. Well, then COVID happened. And now Zoom is happening. There's no problem with her speaking at all the clubs across the United States. They all want her book. There are 4 million kids. She gets $1 a book. Do the math. I'm so happy for her. And so do I. This is a fabulous story. This is a woman who wrote a book on keeping your child safe. It's about child trafficking. She works with people to help catch child traffickers. She wrote this book. It's a very, very important. How many of you have kids? How many of you might be concerned that they might run into trouble one day? This book tells you how to keep your kids safe. Most of it happens today online, and you don't know about it. So your book makes a difference in the world. And then you take your book and you make a difference for yourself. You get known. You get on television. You get on radio. You get on podcasts. You do conferences. If nobody doesn't, if you're not known, who's going to buy your product? You have to have a book. How many of you have books? Terrific. How many of you want to have a book? Fabulous. How many of you who have a book are making lots of money with your book? Right. That's me. You need to talk to me. I have actually made hundreds of thousands of dollars with books. When I was on tour with Spot Reducing, Spot Reducing, I was in Detroit. We were on the road for 5 weeks. I was in Detroit, and my editor called me and said, you made the list. Now, I was probably on it for a millisecond, but if you make the list, and you can say you're a best-selling author. How many of you have Amazon bestsellers? Then you know the drill. The difference between a New York Times bestseller and an Amazon bestseller is, at that time, we didn't have the internet. It was 1970-something. People actually had to go into the bookstore. It was a very exciting time when you were on tour because you were sending people. When I did the Oprah show, I think we sold 35,000 books the following week. I know, it was like, oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Oh, this is a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. But I'm standing in my living room in Topanga Canyon in, I guess this was 1989, just after I had done the Oprah show. And I get a phone call. Hello? Hi, this is Oprah. Hi. Can you help me? I had nothing to do with her weight. Can you help me with blah, 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 blah? I said, sure. And I worked with her. And then in November of that year, I think this was September and November, on her anniversary for her weight loss, I had nothing to do with it. I was in that business, but I had nothing to do with it. And she said on her anniversary show, just before they went to the end of the show, she said, if you want to make peace with your body, get Susie Pruden's book, Change Your Mind, Change Your Body. I hadn't written it yet. I wrote Meta Fitness, Your Thoughts Taking Shape. I hadn't written, well, I already had a testimonial from Oprah. So what would you do? I wrote the book. You know, it's like an opportunity showed up. Thank you, I'll take it. How many of you get scared when opportunities show up and say, I don't know if I can handle it? Stop it. Stop it. If the opportunity shows up, it's sent to you. It's a God gift. So when I was working with Felicia, what is it, 2 years ago, I think, a year and a half ago. It was my very first time working with Felicia. That's another story. And I got a vision of what I wanted to do. And I didn't have a vision before that. And now what I'm knowing is that the vision keeps visioning itself into more vision, but that's a God gift. God's your partner. God's got your back, so do it. Do it. If you want to get known, get visible. If you want to write a book, write it. If you have finances that won't let you do it in this moment, I have financing. I have an author who wrote a phenomenal novel with me, and he only needed $15,000 to work with me, so he took a loan for $30,000. Now he has all the money he needs to do the marketing and whatever else he needs to do in his business. So the opportunities are there. Say yes, and then figure it out. So what's happening with my vision, I was telling Felicia, it's morphing into something bigger and bigger and bigger, and I have absolutely no idea. It's just pushing me along, and it's pulling me along. I'm not pushing, I'm not pulling, I'm literally in a cart, like a roller coaster, and it is a roller coaster, but I have no steer. How many of you have been to Disneyland? Been on Space Mountain? My favorite, my absolute favorite. So I want to tell you another story, because you may not want to do an itty bitty book. I mean, an itty bitty book is a specialty book, and you have to be okay with itty bitty. I'm not itty bitty, I'm a force. Well, yes. But take it itty bitty steps at a time. But some people don't want to do that. So I have Legacy Press. And the way I created Legacy Press, again, it was an opportunity. Woman came to me, she didn't want to do an itty bitty book. She wanted to write the legacy of her parents who came, I don't remember where they came from, but they had a phenomenal journey that she wanted to write about. So immediately I said, well, I have a company called Legacy Press. It was born in that moment. I mean, I always, it's like, oh yeah, okay, she doesn't want to do an itty bitty book, we'll do a Legacy Press book. And what happened is this woman here, this is probably one of my most favorite books. This is called The Newborn Manual, Caring for Babies 0 to 6 Weeks. She wrote an itty bitty book, and when she sent me the first 3 chapters, it was too long. And I said, it's too long. And she goes, oh. I said, but I can't cut it. It's too good. If I had known what this book tells you in the first 6 weeks of my son's life, it would have been a very different experience for both of us. So my reason for telling you all this is manifold. One, sometimes an itty bitty book isn't right for you. You start out that way and you can't do it. This author, some of you may know her, Joya Sosnowski. She lives here in Phoenix. And she wrote a book on practical spirituality. Itty bitty books are 30 pages, 15 chapters, 2 pages each, written in numbered sentence and bullet points. She sent us 70 pages, 8.5 by 11, single space. It was a long book. And we said, Joya, you have to cut it. And she couldn't. She cut, I think, 20 pages. So we put her into Legacy. And then someone said, but I want to write a children's book. And I said, oh, dear, that's going to be hard. Because my sister, who was my partner at the time, didn't want to do children's books. So I had to think, how am I going to get this? How am I going to get my sister to say yes? Well, she had a Chihuahua. And the Chihuahua was called Little Dog. She loved Little Dog. And they had Big Dog. She lived with her daughter and son-in-law. They even had a wolf hybrid. Scariest looking dog I've ever met. But she had 4 big dogs and then Little Dog. I called the company Little Dog Press. And my sister goes, oh, we now have Little Dog Press. There are no obstacles except the ones you make for yourself. So I have a workshop coming up. It's actually a webinar. It's 6 weeks. I do it every few months. It's writing and marketing your book, where I teach you how to write the book and I teach you how to market the book. It's 6 weeks. I have a clicker. Oh, there you go. If you click the QR code, it'll take you to the site to sign up if you want to do it. Check it out. If you want to do a book, it's amazing the doors that open for you. And sometimes you look at the page and you go, I don't know what to write. Except you do know what you write. You do know what to write. You have it already. You are an expert in your field. I have clients who come to me with their expertise. They don't know how to access it. I teach them how to access it. And they not only write the book, but then they create a certification program. How many of you would like to be the Pilates of your industry? Start with a book. Use the book to create your certification program, and then become the known. Henry Pilates was one man in the 40s who had back injury, created a program for himself to heal. And because of it, somebody came to him and said, you need to be teaching this worldwide. It is worldwide now. Imagine your work worldwide. Imagine the difference that you'll be making. You're on a mission. You have a passion. You need a vehicle. And if I have to change the slide. Do I press the... Nope. What do I do? Whoops. Nope. Okay, take out your phone. Take out your phone. And you're going to text. Take out your phone. Thank you. 213-599. No, that's wrong. 213. I just want to make sure you're paying attention. 213-699-5099. And in the text, please put your name. I don't want to call up and say, hi, I met you at the Elevate, and I always get those confused. It's Empowerment and Elevate Conference. Who are you? So put your name and then say, publish me. And I'll call you. We can have a conversation. When I was 6 years old, my mother took me rock climbing. She was a world-class, my watch is vibrating. You're all called, thank you. So I was on a cliff. My mother took me rock climbing. She was a world-class rock climber. And I'm 6. I had a lisp. So I'm all roped in, and my father's pulling up on the top, doing the belaying. I have my mother here on the rock, on the cliff, 300 feet cliff, and a friend over here. I'm 6, and I couldn't reach all the handholds. So I'd say, boost, mommy, boost. So she would boost me up. And we got to the top of the cliff, and there was an overhang. Well, my mother was trying to figure out how to get me over and around and up over the overhang. And she's trying to find a way, this way, whatever. But there was a hole, like a fissure between the main cliff and the overhang. It was about this big enough for a 6-year-old. So I scooted up. I didn't see the obstacle. For me, there was no obstacle. I scooted up. My mother turns around and goes, where's Susie? I was up on top. For me, there was no obstacle. Where are the obstacles that don't exist in your life? Think about it. You can go over, you can go around, you can go under, you can go through. But anytime an obstacle shows up, it's not, oh my God, there's an obstacle. It's basically, what do I have to do to make this happen? What do I have to do to get to the other side? What do I have to do to make the difference in my life that's going to take me to the place that I want to go, to be known, so that when people think of your industry, They think of you first. Make the calls to people that you have. When I was exercising with Louise, this is a good story. I have to tell it quickly. So Louise and I were friends for many, many years. She would come over to my house in the Palisades, and I was still in the fitness I was still doing fitness, but I didn't have the business anymore. And we'd exercise Tuesdays and Thursdays. One day she goes, ow. I said, what's wrong? And she said, my hip hurts. I said, well, you're the expert. What does it mean? And she came up with something I don't remember. She told me what it was, and I had an idea. I said, Louise, what if we did a video together? I do the exercises, you do the affirmations. We did a video, we did a book. That's the book that got me on the Oprah show. We did two tapes, the ones that went like this. And I had an idea. How many of you, when you get an idea, you hold back? Because the person that you have the idea with is quite a big deal. Well, I had an idea. I said, what if we did this? We did it. It made a difference. I have it now on an MP4. It's called MetaFitness, Your Thoughts Taking Shape. If you want to talk to me, I would love to talk to you. If you don't call me. I'm very polarizing. You really either like me or you really don't. And I'm okay with both. It has nothing to do with me. So if you want to come over and fill out a card, I'll give you a 4-hour workshop on writing a book, marketing it, no cost. I want to talk to you if you want to write a book. Big book, little book. And I know other publishers if you're not right for me. But I'd like you to be right for me. Thank you very much.
Give Susie another round of applause. That was great. Oh, there you go. I love it. And I'm very impressed that she's wearing heels at 82. I can barely handle it for a day. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here. We are going to have a final roundtable, networking roundtable. So did everybody switch spots from the last time, or do we need to switch spots? Okay, everybody get up, change tables, get to know people that you haven't met with yet, and we'll do our next networking roundtable. So take 2 minutes and find a new spot, please. All right, find your seat, please, so that we can get started with this roundtable. So the questions are up here. This time it's what's your name? What's the name of your business? How long have you been in business? Shh. And what is your biggest challenge? So this is a time where you're going to take your mask off. You are going to be real with the people at your table. You are going to tell them one of the challenges that you have in your business, and that the group collectively will hopefully be able to give you some answers or push you in contact with somebody who can help you with that or help you move to the next level. So go ahead and get started. We'll have 30 minutes for this, and then we'll get ready to wrap it up. Okay, ladies. Okay, it's not on. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, ladies. Let's close out our conversations and turn our attention up here, please. Shh. Thank you so much. Before we close out the day, we wanted to again thank you all for coming and participating, being open to offering your help and receiving help from other people, because it's just, we all need that with each other. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jen.
So we have a couple announcements. First, I'm stuck. Don't forget to scan this code if you're interested in owning a piece of the Empower and Elevate history through Deborah and all her amazing artwork. Where's the video? And then we have a little announcement.
So Jen created that, by the way. So give her a hand. She has just been so fabulous with all the marketing. She designed our Step and Repeat banner also back there. So just want to thank her for her brilliance and sharing that with us. So November 13th is going to be our next Empower and Elevate conference. And we are so excited, again, that we get to be back here and enjoy this venue. Our theme for November is going to be growth, and we're going to have some shifts in the program as we enter season 2. So you can scan the QR code so that you can stay in the know as far as the announcements and things that we're going to be unveiling for the next conference.
So, how many of you have been to more than 3 Empower and Elevate conferences? How many of your businesses are exactly the same as the first time you walked into this room? And that's fantastic. And so it leads right into our season 2, because Empower and Elevate needs to evolve with all of you. You guys are evolving in your businesses, so as a conference, we want to evolve with you. So what does that mean? We're still going to have all the fun and all the same atmosphere and the support and all of the warm and fuzzies that we have today, but we're going to shift a little bit and focus a little bit more on that business. We want to make sure that we're giving you all the elements that you need for your business to evolve and to elevate so that you're making more money and that you're succeeding. We were talking, and it's astonishing that the number is crazy, but less than 10% of all female entrepreneurs make more than $100,000 a year in revenue. So that means 9 out of 10 of us are making under $100,000. So we need to change that, and we want to be a part of that change, and we want everybody in this room to be making that 6-figure, 7-figure number, whatever your aspiration is. And that's where we want to take this and add some new things into it that's going to help you get there as a business.
Don't forget to upload your pictures to the photo circle so that we can all share in the fun of today. The QR code is up there if you haven't joined yet. And I want to ask Kimberly Mitchell to please come up. She is our champagne sponsor, and I think she has been for like every Empower and Elevate. So we want to show our appreciation to her and let her come up and take a minute on the mic.
Hi, everybody. Oh, Jesus, it's loud. I'm Kimberly Mitchell. I'm the president and owner of Home with Help. Thanks, Cheryl. We have been in business for just over 12 years. We are a non-medical home care agency. We serve about 175 clients, have about 200 caregivers all around the valley, and we help seniors and individuals with disabilities with non-medical services like bathing, dressing, laundry, meal prep, that kind of stuff. I guess I'm in between you and champagne, so cheers.
Yes. Okay, we're going to do, thank you so much. We are going to do raffles. So, what did you say? So get your tickets out. If you also, one more quick announcement. After we do the raffles, Cam still has like 20 cake pops left. So just an FYI on that. And then so get out your tickets so that we can do the raffles. We're going to have, are you going to bring them up here? Awesome. All righty, ladies. Again, thank you so much for being a part of today. The champagne and sparkling cider have been poured. Other than that, you're welcome to visit the vendor tables, mix and mingle a little bit. We don't have to be out of here until 6.
And we'll see you back on Friday, November 13th.